Hi, you guys. Okay, so I think I want to change my mic. So please be patient. Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab my mic. I'm so sorry. All right, you guys. Let me. Great. You guys can hear me, I hope. All right, so let's get into this whole thing. I did the first part of this on women, and I think a lot of people were like, well, is she going to talk about young men and things like that? And I was explaining to you guys then that I was doing a two-part series. I should say I was doing males and females in separate parts, and then I'm going to do a third part, which is protection and identification, so that we can protect, identify, and deal with adults that have suffered from child sexual abuse. And so I'm going to throw out a bunch of information in the description box. I have put a significant amount of research, several articles, some PDFs from different government authorities, just a hodgepodge of information regarding child sexual abuse and some of the things that we see specifically with Black male children and some of the things we see manifest themselves. Because in my third part of this series, I want to go into how all of this bleeds into a lot of the behavior we see in the Black community. So case in point, a young man who was sexually assaulted as a child runs a higher risk of getting a woman or a young woman pregnant as a teenager. And the Black community has the second to highest rate of teen pregnancy in the country. So the same thing last time when I was talking about the women who are sexually abused when they're little girls, how that behavior manifests itself as adults. So what we're really seeing is that a lot of this behavior that's common in our community has a direct correlation to the levels of abuse that people suffer in their youth. And so, like I said, today we're specifically going to deal with Black men. I'm going to go to my research. I'm going to talk through some things with you guys, and then we're going to just have a conversation. I want to say hi to everybody. Hi, Ricky. Hi, Joseph. Hi, Dark Prophet. Hello, Daniela. No, I didn't hear about that, Joseph, but it doesn't surprise me. I think as women, we shouldn't bring men around our children. That's my personal opinion, but all women don't think like that. So let me go ahead because I'm going to take a look at my computer. Because if you guys remember from my chill live, I rubbed the lens of my webcam crazy. So I'm actually doing this on my computer. And I'm just going to go to my research. Okay. So first, let's talk about what the risk factors are and what rates we're seeing young men being sexually abused in the Black community. I want to deal with that first. So some of the risk factors for our young men who may be abused in our community is that first and foremost, family structure. So when we talk about preservation of the family and the nuclear family in our community, this is so much bigger than, you know, male and female issues. This is actually something that can protect our children, because the biggest factor, the biggest risk factor for children who are sexually abused, the top one is that the family is broken. So children who live with two married biological parents have the lowest risk of abuse. If nothing else, if you create children, is a reason to do that within the confines of a marriage, because if there are two biological parents in the home, that child has the lowest risk of abuse. Two married biological parents. The risk increases when children live with step parents or a single parent. Children living without either parent, foster children, are 10 times more likely to be sexually abused than children that live with both biological parents. And when we think about this, as far as foster children go, we see why our Black boys and Black children in general are at such high risk for abuse. We have a community with 70% single parent homes, woman-led homes. We also have the highest per capita rates of children in foster care. We're looking at almost 25 to 30% of our children in foster care, only behind white children, although the numbers have gone down from 2006. Still, we're only behind white children, but their children outnumber ours. Do you know what I mean? 70 to 13%. So we have huge numbers of Black children in foster care. All of those children are 10 times more likely to suffer from sexual abuse. Gender is also a major factor in child sexual abuse. We know that females are 5 times more likely to be abused than males. However, the average male who is abused is young. 8% of victims are 12 to 17. Those are male. But then there's 26%, almost 30% of victims under the age of 12 are male. And we also find that male children are abused more violently. So they're abused younger, and their abuse is more violent. Their abuse is also perpetrated by other men most often. So men are the aggressors of this abuse, and we'll talk about that profile in just a second. So although women children are abused at much higher rates, when a male child is abused, that abuse is younger. It means that it's greatly more impactful to the child, and that abuse is more violent. It is also often same-sex abuse. And all of those things play a factor in how our young men that are abused come out. And remember, we're talking statistics of just what is reported. Imagine what is not being reported with our young men in the community. Race and ethnicity are also an important factor in child sexual abuse. African American children have almost twice the risk of sexual abuse than white children. So overall, our community, because of the color of our skin, because of the high prevalence of single-family homes in the community, because of the high concentration of our children in foster care, our children are more likely to be abused. Our young men are likely to be abused before the age of 12 at a rate of 30%. More violent abuse, more aggressive abuse, younger ages. This is what's plaguing young Black boys today. I want to go to sexual abuse of children, sex, race, and age-dependent variations. So there was a study done by DeJong, Emmett, and Harvada. And in this study, they looked at sexual assault on victims that were under 18 years of age. They analyzed that data with respect to race, sex, and age. Most of the victims were female, obviously. 82% of those victims were female. but we're going to look at this, the 17% that were male. The children ranged, sadly, from ages 6 months old. These are children who were sexually molested from 6 months old to the age of 16 years. The male victims were significantly younger than the female victims. Between the ages of 7 and 10 was the target range for raping male children. Their abuse was more violent. They had more evidence of trauma. So male children had higher rates of expressed trauma even, perhaps because of the severity of the abuse, perhaps because of the people aggressing against them, but that they were more greatly affected even than the females by that abuse upon initial presentation. The younger victims were more likely than the older victims to be assaulted repeatedly. So let's put all this together. We know that violence against young boys is more aggressive. It's more violent. We know that they exhibit higher trauma upon initial presentation. And little boys, because they are molested younger, are in a group of abused children that also are repeatedly abused. They're abused over and over and over again, not just once or twice. Okay, let's take a look at some more stats. Are there certain factors that make a child more vulnerable to sexual abuse? We are looking at children that are passive, quiet, troubled, lonely, from single parent or broken homes. These people are seeking out little boys who are particularly trusting, who they are proactive in establishing trust with those children. And they also are proactive about extending trust to the victim's family. And this is where parental advocacy comes in, right? Because we have women that are letting men, and I'm going to pick on men because yes, women abuse, but I'm going to go into some stats later that show that it's about 12% of child molesters are female. So we are specifically looking at, because this is normally same-sex aggression when it's young Black boys being sexually abused, individuals who are preying on situations where children are in vulnerable positions, and we have mothers that are letting these men come into the home and abuse the little boys in the home. Children in a lower socioeconomic status household are 3 times as likely to be identified as a victim as child abuse, as are disabled children. Children who witness or are the victims of other crimes are more likely to be sexually abused. This is really painting a picture why our young boys are targets, right? Poor families, broken families, single parent households, exposed to other sorts of traumas. It's understandable why our boys are a target, because of the small percentage of males in comparison to females who are abused, it's Black boys that are sexually abused the most. This is a conversation that's uncomfortable to have when we think about male sexual abuse, but it's a conversation that we need to have. And we also have to look at how, as a community, we say that sex and promiscuity in our male children, kind of pulling from slavery, right, is indicative of something positive, right? It's positive for a man to have a lot of sex. Young boys are sexual. They are attracted to women. We have little boys, we'll encourage them to give women kisses. We'll encourage them to view women sexually. So when a child is acted upon, they are not a victim. When they're reacted upon, they're not a victim. When they're acted upon by somebody of the same sex, there's a lot of shame associated with them. So we have boys that are growing up that are not getting help. We don't want to talk about the fact that almost every Black woman, over half of Black women, are sexually abused. Let's talk about the fact that almost 15% of our little boys are sexually abused. What's reported? Repeatedly sexually abused at young ages. So we have to be able and willing to have those conversations. Race and ethnicity are a factor in identified sexual abuse. Again, because African American children are twice as likely to be sexually abused. The risk for such sexual abuse is tripled for children whose parents are not in the labor force. Again, if you have parents that are not working, we're looking at single parent homes, underemployed, non-employed parent homes. These are homes where little boys are being raped, not just penetrated, but other types of sexual abuse. Because there's a variety, right? There's a lot of ways that a person can violate a child. And these little boys are growing up into men that are actively engaging in our community. And in that, it's very dangerous. I'm sorry, you guys, I'm not looking at the comment section yet. But I will. Hi, Frantonio. Let's talk about what sexual abuse in males can look like, other than penetration. Okay? That could be imitation of sexual acts. And this is something I feel is often done with, especially with male children. I mean, we sexualize female children, but with male children, I feel like it's even worse, right? When a little boy grabs a lady's butt or breasts or kisses another little girl, and we encourage that behavior, we think it's cute. But the imitation of the sexual acts is not cute. They're children. And in the Black community, we have a sort of normalized dysfunction where encouraging children to behave like adults is considered okay. But what we don't realize is when we okay that behavior, when a predator comes in, it is easier for them to coerce the child into engaging into other behaviors because we've already co-signed the foundation. Music videos, highly sexualized a lot of times, a lot of media that parents watch, a lot of inappropriate content for children. Desensitizes them when a person who is sick comes into the home, they can then attack that little boy who's already been told he's supposed to be sexual, already been told he's supposed to be attracted to women, already been made aware of his private parts in a way that's inappropriate, already been made aware of the sexual dynamic between male and female, already been told as a little boy and encouraged as a little boy to be sexual, that this is part of his manhood. So then when an aggressor is acting on a young Black boy who are the prime targets for child sexual abuse, they're primed and prepped by who? By their families, by their mothers, by their uncles, by their fathers. They're primed and prepped for a sick person to take advantage of them. And that is why we have such a high incident of male child sexual abuse in the Black community. And again, these are individuals that are growing into functional adults. They're going into semi-functional adults, active adults, adults that are reproducing, adults that are in the dating pool. These are the teenage males that are impregnating teenage girls. Because remember, sexual abuse ties to erratic behavior as a teenager, increases the risk that that male child will get somebody pregnant as a teen. Black community has the highest rates of that. So when we start having these conversations about the various things that are wrong within our community, a lot of these can be traced back to the fact that we are not protecting our children. Mind you, while we have all these people, male and female, in the Black community talking about tearing down the familial structure and co-signing not having two biological parents in the home with the children, that those are the exact households that are at a higher risk Those households without that dynamic. A child with two biological parents in the home that are married is the safest child. And those are the children that are not highly represented in the Black community. And so then when we look at our young boys getting raped, going into young men who have deviancies, going into young men who are getting girls pregnant at the teen years, going into young men that are violent and have other tendencies because they have been abused as children, what we are looking at is the perpetuation because we fail to protect and put our children first. We want to put our sexual desires first. We want to put our feelings first. We want to put what we do and don't want to do first, but we don't recognize that the Black community is a prime stomping ground. It's a prime patch of fruit, ripe for the picking of child bodies because of how we function and interact with each other. And our boy children are not excluded from this. In fact, our boy children are raped the most, are sexually assaulted the most. They are the most in consideration of their demographic of males, right? Female children are abused the most, but of all male children who are abused, it's our Black boys that are the prime targets. It's our Black boys that are ending up in foster care. It's our Black boys that are being raised in single parent homes. And they are prime targets. And our community is ripe. It's ripe for pedophiles to come in, and that is what they are doing. They are coming in and they're coming for our kids. So as adults, when we're making these choices, we have to be pragmatic about the choices that we're making. We have to look at these stats and make sense of these stats and understand that the perpetuation of the cycle of dysfunction, of not protecting our children, not encouraging two-parent households with biological parents and them raising children, is making our community a prime stomping ground for pedophiles. And the leaders, the future leaders of our community and heads of our households, little boys, are targets. They are being raped just like the girls. And they're not getting the treatment they need because they're boys, because what's happening to them is okay, because they should like it, because they should be sexual, because they should be receptive, because they wanted it, right? Let a little boy have sex with an adult. They wanted it. Let a little boy's little penis get hard because he's been acted upon. He wanted it. It's healthy. He's male. So we're not getting them help because when we talk about these stats for male child rape in the Black community, we are only talking reported stats, and y'all know that our people do not report. Not in any sort of numbers. So these estimates are greatly below. These reported estimates are not really representative of what is going on in our community. If we are honest, if we're having an honest conversation about it. Let's talk about abused boys, battered mothers, and male involvement in teen pregnancy. Because I want to talk about how these people, how they form, how these little boys who are raped and ignored in the Black community, little boys who are told that they are sexual beings. So then when an adult is inappropriate sexually toward them, we think that this little boy had something to do with it. And he is not allowed to be a victim. He's not allowed to get help because he wanted it, right? He's a boy. Boys mature so fast, so they can't be violated. Despite the fact that the evidence shows that they are highly traumatized by these experiences are mostly violent against them, and they are often other men, not just women, but other men that are engaging in these behaviors with these little boys. So let's talk about how the single parent home where a woman is being abused, the child is being molested, how this ties into teen pregnancy and the creation of another single family home where there are vulnerable Black children. There was a study that looked into this. It looked into the relationship between boyhood exposure to physical abuse, sexual abuse, or a battered mother and subsequent risk of impregnating a teenage girl. It looked into that correlation. It was something nobody had looked at before. So what they did is they set up in a primary care clinic, and about 5,000 men were analyzed. They gave information on the youngest female they had impregnated, their own ages at the time. They gave information about their exposure to physical or sexual abuse or battered mothers. They calculated the prevalence and adjusted the odds for having impregnated a teenage girl according to those 3 adverse childhood experiences. How many Black households have this dynamic? Single mother in an unhealthy relationship, abused child. What are we seeing? High teenage pregnancy rates. This raises their sexual activity young, their irresponsible behavior young. It's not their fault per se, right? Because they are victims of abuse. They have been exposed. 32% of those respondents had been abused. 15% of those male respondents, specifically sexually. 11% had battered mothers. There was an increased risk of involvement in teenage pregnancy by 70% from these demographics. Sexual abuse as a boy at age 10 years or younger, which is what we know the targets for these molesters of little boys are. They are going for little boys under the age of 12. So sexual abuse with violence. Sexual abuse as a boy at the age of 10 years or younger increased the risk of impregnating a teenage girl by 80%. Sexual abuse with violence increased the risk by 110%. Do you hear what I'm saying? We know that boys are violently abused more. We know that Black boys are front and center for sexual abuse. If they are sexually abused, their chances of impregnating a teenage girl at a young age increases 80%. If they are sexually abused with violence, basically, they're going to get somebody pregnant. 110% increase of chance that they will get somebody pregnant. It's almost a sealed deal. When we talk about the Pookies and the Rayways, when people are making fun of young men who are getting multiple women pregnant, having babies very young, lots of kids, these are often abuse victims. There is a reason in the Black community these men and women are walking around acting like broken people. That is because they are broken people. And we are failing as a community to protect them when they are young. We are failing as a community to protect them while they are young. And then we look at a behavior as teenagers and adults, and we want to point fingers. When the reality is somebody failed when that person was young. We are currently failing with our little ones right now. And we have to do better. And that is why I side-eye and I question anybody who discourages Black people from marrying, from raising their child in a home with 2 biological parents. When we see that our demographic is the target because we lack that. We see that those children are more vulnerable in our community. Our girls are raped the most. Our little boys are raped the most. Our children are the most sexually abused of everybody else's kids. And yet we will sit here and encourage people and make them feel it is okay to not be in a home raising their own children together. We will sit here and tell people to have sex, and they can effectively parent from outside of the home. We will sit here and tell women they don't need men. They could do this by themselves. We will sit in and we will encourage young women to hold fathers out of the child's life. We are perpetuating an unhealthy attitude toward child rearing, which is making our children victims of some of the most vile acts, which is opening the door It's opening the door for a broken community at the adult level, because these little abused boys are growing into men, dysfunctional men. This is the same thing I said when I was speaking about women and sexual abuse in women. We have 60% of women being sexually abused, growing into dysfunctional women. And now we have men being sexually abused, growing into dysfunctional men. It's problematic, to say the very least. It's problematic to our community. Let's look at a little more data. We know that when a young man is sexually abused, the chances he will engage in risky sexual behavior and get a girl pregnant as a teen raises by 80%. Sorry. We know that if a young man is abused before the age of 10 with violence, and this is about the age that most sexual abuse against males happens, that his chance of getting a teenage girl pregnant increases by 110%. So then we look at births of Black women. "39 Black teenage females out of every 1,000 give birth." 39 out of every 1,000. In comparison to their white counterparts, who are at 19 births for every 1,000 represented. And on par with Latina teens, who is the other demographic that has high sexual abuse rates, at 42 births per 1,000 teens. It's problematic. There's a problem here, and we really have to address it. The child abuse rates by ethnicity in the United States, our community had the second highest rates of child abuse per capita, per 1,000 children. 14 out of every 1,000 children in the Black community was sexually abused in 2016. In 2016, out of every 1,000 children, 14 were sexually abused, and that is what was reported. We know that around 14 to 15% of those abused children were male. We know that the majority of male children are abused before the age of 12 violently. Hold on one sec. Am I blurry? I see your comments. How blurry am I? Let me look at myself. I can't see what you can see. Yeah. I have to get another camera. I told you guys I messed up my camera. So I have several, but I wanted to do this on a bigger surface. So I was using my computer. I have a brighter camera that I use for my pre-recorded videos, and I've destroyed my webcam because I tried to clean it, and that was stupid. So this is where I really want to kind of just leave this off, okay? I just want to remind you guys that we have 32% of our children in foster care. Foster care children are 10 times more likely to be abused. Male children, male Black children are the targets for abuse. There are higher targets for abuse above all other male children. I want to remind you guys that children in homes where they have two biological parents are the least abused, and our community is the least represented of all communities when it comes to that demographic, which is exactly why we see such high rates of sexual abuse in our community. And although it makes people uncomfortable, and I know that it does, hold on, let me bring you guys closer. Although I understand that it makes people uncomfortable to have these conversations, it is essential that we have them. It is essential that we do not support people who want to further break down the Black nuclear family. It's essential that we do not get behind rhetorics that tell people it is just as good to have a parent outside of the home who is active as a parent inside of the home, because the stats about sexual abuse are telling us different. The stats about sexual abuse are telling us that when those parents are not those biological parents are not in a home with the child, it raises their chances of abuse. Raises. Our children are already twice as likely to be abused than any other child. And we are seeing the results of this abuse carry on into the adulthood age and the behavior that these individuals engage in. And I keep saying this because I want to paint a picture. Because something that I am realizing as I get older is that these things are not isolated. When we talk about problems in the Black community, we want to talk about things that are happening at the adult level. But we aren't focusing on the people that grow into adults, the children. There are little things we can do. We can be more responsible as adults. Be more responsible with our bodies. Have a sense of responsibility where we are putting our children ahead of our own selfish interests and desires. To help circumvent these sorts of issues. We're talking about tackling teenage pregnancy and single motherhood in the Black community, but we want to ignore the fact that 60% of women are sexually abused, that 15% of the little boys that we have are sexually abused. That these people are growing up to be adults and teenagers who engage in risky behavior and continue the cycle of creating a pool of individuals that are vulnerable. But we want to fight amongst and bicker amongst each other as adults. And I'm thinking to myself, are we all stupid or crazy? Because there are things that we can do that can be effectual, that have nothing to do with fighting each other, but have everything to do with working together, and not for our own personal good or gain, but for the good of the community. And I think that that's really essential, that it be for the good of the community, that it be for the good of children, since they cannot protect themselves. They cannot protect themselves, and we are the people that have to step up to the bat for this. And you can see all of the risk factors are adult controlled. All of the risk factors that leave young Black boys susceptible to abuse are in the control of the adults in their life. Every last risk factor. So that means that as adults, we have to step up. In part 3 of this series, which I hope to put out next week, I want to talk specifically about what we can do as a community to lower the rates of child sexual abuse in our community and help develop individuals, because they won't be getting sexually abused at such high rates. We can then hope to develop individuals that are healthier in other ways as well. And this is just one step that we can take to repairing our community and to ensuring that the next generations of adults coming up are healthier adults, more rounded adults. Do you know what I mean? so that we can stop seeing the cycles that we see within our community. When we talk about the issues our community has, a lot of these are seated in our little ones. And their environment are things that we can control. We are creating them. We can control these factors, and we need to try. So that is where I stand on the research that I did and my personal feelings about abuse of little Black boys in the Black community. We have to stop over-sexualizing our little boys. They are children too. They might be male, but they're little kids. And we cannot protect them if we are raising them to be sexual beings and to equate their masculinity to their sexuality. Because when they are harmed, they will not recognize the harm for what it is, but the trauma will be the same. It is something to consider. Hi, pretty sassy Libra. Hello, poetic. So let me just look through your comments before I go. Yes. Danielle, I agree. Hi, Janine. So with that said, I'm going to go. I want to talk about this. I'm going to tell you guys a story of a real person, okay? A real person that I knew for most of my life. He was sexually abused. He lived in a house with, I think he had 5 other siblings. There might have been 5 or 6 of them. I can't remember if it's 5 or 6. I think if I counted, but I'm not about to stop and count. 5 or 6 siblings, boys and girls. The father was the biological father of one of the children. The mother was a nurse. Okay. The father raped all 3 boys and 2 of the girls. One girl managed to escape because she was mean as hell. So this man grew up, he was a drunk. He was raped pretty violently. His sister told me she recalls blood coming out of his rectum. They were also physically abused in that home. He grew up to be an alcoholic. And he died an alcoholic. I know the story of another woman about my age. She was inappropriately touched in a foster home that she lived in her whole life. And she knows that the man that touched her touched other children that were there. I edited a book for a woman who also was a child from a foster home. And she was inappropriately touched in several of the homes that she was in. I hear stories of men and women who are molested as an adult woman, and it breaks my heart. I look at how these people are so broken and damaged as human beings, and it hurts my soul. And when I look at children, and I don't want to get upset, but when I look at children, when I look at my little ones, I'm so careful with my children. And a lot of people think I'm very uptight. My first husband thinks I'm very uptight. And one of the reasons I am is because I'm a mother. And I have met so many people who have been sexually abused. It is shocking. Black people, men and women. And some of them are on therapy. You know, I'm upper middle class. So these are upper middle class people. Therapy, on drugs, mentally ill, drug problems, alcoholics, problem attaching to their children. And this is all because somebody failed them as children. And so I feel like we really have to take this seriously as a people. We cannot encourage behavior in our community, such as reproducing out of wedlock, such as single parent homes, such as irresponsible sexual behavior. We cannot promote behaviors. We cannot promote a flippant gender war. We cannot tell men that they can be outside of the home and their children will be just as safe. We cannot tell women that those little boys and little girls do not need fathers. We have to get our people back to tradition because our children are targets for this. They're targets. And we are sitting here and we're ignoring it, and we're online being stupid, talking about we don't want to get married, we don't like each other, faking a gender war, but there are real life children out here that are being violated and raped over our foolery as adults. We have to grow up. We really do. We have to grow up and get responsible. And that is really all that I have to say on the matter, is grow the fuck up. Seriously. Your kid needs a 2-parent home with biological parents to be safe. Moms have to stop putting not wanting to be alone and sex ahead of their kids. Fathers need to stop thinking that their kids are safe because they do visits and birthdays. We have to be responsible. We are creating these people and we need to be responsible for these children, or we are going to keep breeding dysfunction in our community. And we see that this irresponsibility with our children is leading to deviant behavior in our adults. So when we look at the Pookies and Ray Rays and the thought culture and the stripper culture, that's where it is coming from. This isn't an accident. This is a failure of us adults. We are failing our children, and we see that manifested in our community and cultures. And we have to stop making this behavior acceptable. It's not cute. Hi, Shelly. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go, you guys. I want to take my kids to the library. Feel free to check out the resources I provided. We have to chastise each other in love. I'm sorry. Living by the forest, y'all, my nose is like nonstop. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. Oof, y'all, I'm so sorry. I'm telling you, my nose and this forest, they don't get along, but I'm not going to keep you guys, because all I will do is I will say the same thing over and over, you guys. I will be like television. I know people hate that about when I talk, I tend to repeat things over and over, but I repeat them because honestly, people are trained for repetition. The radio repeats things, the television repeats things, society repeats things, and it breeds dysfunction. And I guess when I talk, I repeat things because I know that if I say it over and over, it will stick. I don't know. I hope that we can work together. So I'm just going to repeat myself one more time. Forget this damn gender war. This is stupid. We literally have millions of Black children that we need to be worried about protecting, because the dysfunction we're seeing in our adults is stemming from things that are happening to these little boys and little girls when they are young. And so it is a crazy, sick person that hates us who would encourage you to have a broken home in the Black community when they know that children in broken homes that is the biggest indicator that they will be sexually abused. And when we come from a community where 60% of our women are sexually abused, and our boys are the most sexually abused demographic of all male children, you would have to be sick and hate Black people to tell Black people to not marry and raise their own biological children in the same home. You would have to be some kind of twisted to encourage Black people to go out and engage in random sex with people so that they can produce children that will grow up in single parent homes, when we know that single parent homes have the highest rates of sexual abuse. You would have to be some kind of person to talk about a damn Pookie and Ray Ray or a teen pregnancy, when we know that little boys who are sexually abused stand an 80% chance of getting a teen pregnant. Who are violently sexually abused stand a 110% chance. 110%. That's a guaranteed thing of getting somebody pregnant. And then we look and it's 14 out of every one. Wait, let me look at the stat. Don't let me get it wrong. Don't let me get it wrong. And then somebody be talking about I got it wrong. When it is 40 out of every 1,000 Black little girls, that's a teenager, is giving birth. 40 out of every 1,000. So when we start having these conversations about our issues with adults, the thought on Instagram, the stripper culture, recognize that 60% of the women have been sexually molested. When we start talking about the Pookie and the Ray Ray that's making all the Black babies, recognize that that Pookie or Ray Ray was probably molested. When we start talking about gender wars and don't marry Black women and Black women are so bad, recognize it's those broken homes where children are being molested. I'm not one to be calling people agents and this and that. Do you know what I mean? But sometimes I feel like people are very suspect. When I hear things that some people say in social media, here on YouTube specifically, I really wonder what's going on with them. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. You know, and then people will say, I'm an agent. Because I tell people to be sexually responsible, I'm an agent. Because I say be careful with your children, I'm an agent. Because I say raise your children in two-parent households, respect your body, value yourself. You're not freaking candy. You're a valuable human being. I'm an agent. Because I promote femininity and submission in women and headship and masculinity in men, I'm an agent. Me. All the things that need to go right in our community so that we can protect our kids and raise healthy individuals and be stronger as a community, and I'm the flipping agent? No, a lot of these people are agents. If anybody, whether they recognize it or not. A lot of these people, as Nyla calls them, are sleeper cells. Just freaking destructive. Destructive with their rhetoric in the Black community for a check. Will sit up there and tell you, you don't need to have a two-parent household. You don't need a nuclear family for a check. Will sit up there and tell you that the next Black person's kid isn't your business and you don't need to care about them for a check. will turn everything into a flipping gender war for a check. There's a whole list of people who roll like that. They will tell you to do the most destructive things. I heard a man say he ran through 3 women in a day with a smile on his face. You sound like a walking AIDS epidemic. You sound like that fool who's going to have some kids in a single parent home that are getting raped, that are going to produce a little boy who got violently raped as a child, got a teenage girl pregnant so that she could have a baby in a single parent home to get raped too. Sounds like the problem with our community, but we like to pander to, support, and enjoy these people. And we need to stop with this crap. I am sorry. We have to stop. You know, I had a very sweet commenter who was like, last night when I was talking about the gentleman, talking about he's tired of masculinity, that I was picking on him and making fun of him. No, there is an attack. There is an attack on the men. There is an attack on manhood. You have the feminists trying to call everything that makes a man toxic. You have men like the one I talked about last night talking about he's done with masculinity. He wants to be protected and wined and dined. This new age gender neutral bullshit. You have little boys getting raped by other men. Grown ass men talking about you don't need to be in the house with your kids. You don't need to worry about the next person's children. There's no community. We have all these people spewing this rhetoric that is destructive. And we will find 99 ways to dismiss or validate what they say. And they suck us in with truths. They suck us in with it. Do you know what I'm saying? They say some stuff that is true. They start talking some, male advocacy stuff. Some men have feelings too stuff. Some I had a bad experience with a woman stuff, or this guy hurt me stuff, and get us trapped in. And then they go down to Crazyville and they start talking crazy. And while they're talking crazy, somebody is fucking their kids in the Black community. Did you pay attention to the one statistic I quoted? Children as young as 6 months old. Little boys under 12, violently sexually abused. But we're going to talk about, let's not worry about community accountability. Let's not worry about marriage and nuclear families. Let's not worry about 2-parent homes. Let's not worry about promoting masculinity. Let's embrace the gays. When half of these little boys, almost all of these little boys, the perpetrators are men raping these little boys in the Black community, and y'all want me to give a gay person a fucking hug? I don't care who they sleep with. No, keep them away from your kids. Try that. So I could go on a whole rant, but I'm not. I'm just going to say that we have to do better as a community with this. This is crazy. This is crazy. 60% of women in our community raped as little girls. Little boys under the age of 12 violently raped Black boys front and center. And all the behaviors we are complaining about here on YouTube can be tied to these high rates of sexual abuse in our community. We were sexualized as slaves, and we sexualize our little ones. I'm going to do a whole video on were we better off as slaves for idiots like Jesse Lee Peterson. Were we better off with our kids eating out of troughs like animals? Were we better off dying before the age of 50? 10% of us only living till 50. Were we better off starting our sexual activity at 13 when we were women? Were we better off? But here we are thinking it's cute when our little girl at 5 years old can bounce her little butt like Beyonce. That's cute. We want to applaud that. Our daughter has her hand on her hip like she's a grown woman and a backless shirt and some flipping heels on her feet, and we think that's cute. But when a grown man tries to give her the D, we're going to point to her and call her a hoe when she grows up all screwed up. We're going to encourage our little boys to be kissing on little girls. And, oh, isn't she fine? And is that your girlfriend? To a little boy. But when somebody is violently molesting that child under the age of 12, and he grows up to be Pookie or Ray Ray, we want to point fingers and cry foul. There's some mental trickery going on. I don't understand. What's going on? What's happening in our community? Y'all tell me, because I don't understand it. We're either going to be grown up or we're going to be kids. We're going to either act like adults or we're going to act like children. We're either going to fix this or we're not. But we could stop having these stupid side conversations, trying to be inclusive of everybody, trying to embrace everything. Everything's not cute. Everything's not appropriate. Everything you like isn't good for you. So, just running around indulging every little urge we have is not appropriate, especially if it creates an at-risk group. And right now, the at-risk group is our little ones. So I said I was not going to rant, y'all. And my nose is going to give up on me. It's going to be running and everything. And I can't do it. But I feel like there's a lot of stuff that we embrace as a community that are remnants from slavery, and a lot of mindsets that we have, and a lot of things that we have normalized. I'm so sorry. I have to blow my nose. Hold on. Y'all don't want to see it. Oh, I'm so sorry, y'all. This is real out here by the forest. I'm going to have to take you guys over to the forest. So you guys know, like, literally, if I walk for 3 minutes in that direction, I'm in the forest. So I can't. I'm allergic to something out here. Even though when I woke up this morning, everything was covered in ice, I'm still allergic. Nothing will kill down the pollen from these plants. But I just, I feel like these are conversations that we need to have. Like, I'm having this conversation on YouTube, and I wish like all of us were in a room together and we could really just bounce off of each other. But there's a lot of behavior we have to stop co-signing, and co-signing doesn't always mean like literally agreeing with somebody verbally. It could be indulging in their content. It could be indulging in a certain television show. It could be not saying something, to a close relative or friend. It could be the choices that we're making in our own lives with our own kids and our own family, our own promiscuity, our own mindset. It could be all those things. But there is an aspect of individuality to this, in that we individually, like, I need to make better decisions. Each of you needs to make better decisions, but there is a collective aspect to this too. And collectively, we have a problem. Collectively, we have a problem. It's an issue. I don't want to go on and on and on. I could go on and on and on, y'all. I really could, because it breaks my heart. But I'm not going to do that. When I do part 3, I'm going to talk about identifying sexual predators, risk factors, what we can do, either as parents or as people that are interacting with children, even if they're not our children, like as a community, to protect these little kids. We need to protect our young men, because those are our future leaders. We need to protect our young women, because those are our future mothers and supporters of our future leaders, right? The man cannot be strong if the woman that was made for him cannot support him, because she's broken. We need both. We need both. And so, like, y'all, us adults, we're screwed up already, right? A lot of us are stuck in our ways, but what we can do is we can do better with our next generation. And I think that we need to focus on that and not be infighting and beefing with each other and getting into pointless conversations. I think sometimes you just have to recognize that there's a problem and move forward with accepting there's a problem. We cannot sit outside of a burning house and fight over who set the fire. We need to pick up buckets and throw water on the fire. Because while we're arguing, the house is burning down. And I feel like that's where we are right now as a community. While we're bickering and arguing outside of this burning building, the building is burning down. And I'm trying to grab a bucket and throw some freaking water on this crap. I don't want to argue about it anymore. I just want to address the issue. I just want to address it. And I know a lot of us are in that place. So I will talk to you guys later. And thank you for joining me. I know these lives are early. A lot of people are at work, and I'm so sorry because I definitely have had people say, can I do them later in the day? Because of my schedule, it's harder for me to do them later in the day. I'm trying to like wean off of that, but I will try to do some lives later in the day so that more people can join in, because I know everybody doesn't have availability at, this early in the day to be joining in on a conversation. And I hate to leave anybody out. Bye, you guys. I'll talk to you later. Hey, Frantonio. How are you? You ready for a serious conversation? No fun? All business? Hi, DJ Moss. How are you? Glad to see you guys. I'm going to get started here in just a second. I don't want to have to repeat myself to too many people. Hi. Hi, Tia Baby. I like your name. That's a cute name. I like it. Hi, Flat Accord Music. Glad to have you here. This is going to be a pretty serious conversation today. Not a lecture conversation, but it's something I'm hoping will provoke us to think about our interactions with each other as adults, to stop a cycle that's going on. And when Man of Tomorrow came to my show the other day, I realized that, wait, there's a drink called Tea Baby? I didn't know that. Hi, Ricky Henderson. Hi, Tiana. Hi, Water Lily. Yes, the stat is really 60%, which means that the majority of women walking around have been sexually abused at a young age. And so I really want to talk about how this ties into the Jezebel mindset, because, Black women have been portrayed historically. This will be in my documentary as either mammies or Jezebels. So you are either asexual and sexually undesirable, or you're a whore. And this is an interesting phenomenon because 60% of Black women have been abused before the age of 15. And for every one Black woman that reports, it is believed that there are several Black women who did not report. So we're talking 60% of just reported cases. So that is an amazing figure when you think these are just the people who are telling us that they have been abused, who are going and getting help. So we would say that in reality, that statistic is probably much higher. It's probably higher than 60% of women in the Black community. And I want to say that I'm going to do a series that deals with Black men too. Okay, so today I'm focusing on the women, but I'm also going to focus on Black male sexual abuse because that's on the rise. So I don't want anybody to feel any kind of way because I'm talking about women today. Know that I'm going to be speaking about all of our children. And I really want to tie this into how it affects how we should deal with each other as adults, right? because there are certain behaviors that are known to accompany people who have been sexually abused. Those behaviors are highly self-destructive, and we don't want to, as adults, take advantage of people who may have been harmed as children and are behaving in ways simply because they have a skewed view of the world and a damaged sort of view of themselves. So this is going to be a conversation of, do we have accountability, to other people in that regard? So, so let's get into the conversation. As Frantonio mentioned, 60% of Black women are molested before the age of 15. When I say 60% of Black women, I want to reiterate that I am talking about only reported cases. That means that there are Black women, little girls, who are abused, and those cases are not reported. 60% of our female population has been sexually abused, and those are the cases that are reported. We can imagine that that percentage is higher because obviously all cases, probably most cases, are not reported. Moving past that, I really want to look at what happens to an individual's mind and how their behavior is affected by abuse. Because this series was inspired by a conversation that was had on O'Shea's panel. And that was a man who was educated. He quoted it as 80% of Black women have been sexually abused. He went on to say they basically grow up to become whores, which is not a nice statement, but they do have issues with sexual relations, and I'll go into that as we get further in the conversation. So it was funny because he tied that into, these are essentially the women that are promiscuous, and thus these are the women that men are sleeping with in mass. These are the side chicks. These are the Instagram thoughts. These are, and I'm not calling them that, I'm just saying like that group of women, right? These are these women. So essentially the most promiscuous, the most sexually available, the weakest women are the women that are part of this group. This is not to say every woman that has been sexually abused has these issues. That is to say that if you are encountering a woman that has the traits I'm about to go through, she may have been sexually abused. So why am I going through the traits, and why am I asking this to be relevant? For two reasons. One, for women, that we recognize in ourselves as women, if someone has harmed you as a child, you can recognize these traits and try to check them in yourself, right? So that you are not taken advantage of. Because there's a group of people who always seek out weaker people because they make easier targets. Two, for men, so that when you are vetting a woman and her availability to you as a wife or as a partner, that you can moderate your behavior, and you can modify your behavior so that you can either understand what's going on with her and ensure that you aren't essentially, by happenstance, not because you're trying to, re-assaulting her. And I use that term only because when a person has been abused, how they perceive sexual interaction and how a healthy-minded person perceives sexual interaction are very different. And I feel like this feeds into a cycle where we have children that are abused, specifically this time speaking of women. We have women who are sexually abused. They grow up with a warped mindset and perception of themselves and sexual relationships and interpersonal relationships. They are easy marks for men because they make themselves sexually available easily. And these women are often reproducing and then raising up children with a similar mindset as to them. If you guys could be sure to like this video so that all of my subscribers have an opportunity to know that it's live, I would appreciate that. So let's get into the stats, okay? So I want to talk about not so much what goes on during the child abuse, but after this person starts growing up, what do we know manifests as far as personality-wise in this person? These are things we can look at in ourselves as women. These are things, men, you can look at more specifically in women when you're vetting them. They have self-destructive behaviors. They typically have low self-esteem. They have a feeling of worthlessness. They have a distorted view of sex. They will either be obese. We know obesity is very common in women in our community, or they will have an eating disorder. So they may not want to eat at all, or they may be anorexic, bulimic. People that grow up in single parent homes, homes where there's been a divorce, homes where there's parental turmoil, are at a much higher risk for sexual abuse. This means the Black community is a target community for this, right? We are a target community because of the fact that we literally have a 60% to 70%, depending on the year and the statistics, rate of single parent homes, female-led single parent homes. The children in those homes are more vulnerable to being sexually abused, which is probably how we get to the 60% of women reporting in the Black community. 60% of our female children are being sexually abused right now. So when we get those statistics, we can easily tie that in. That's almost all, like, let's just say, just using the single parent home percentage with the woman-led home, that's like a 10% variance. A 10% variance. That's something to think about. And it's very likely that the women leading these homes, a percentage of them were abused as children, and in turn have a skewed view of interpersonal relationships, and their children are now at high risk for sexual abuse. So these are things that we have to think about. Again, it's a cycle that's going on. Hi, Miss Red. Okay, so these people also think about the personality that is often attached to the Black woman. 60% of our women are being sexually abused before age 15. Of that's reported. So think about these personality traits and see if they kind of remind you of what people stereotypically say Black women are like. Here are how survivors cope with past abuse. They are highly stressed individuals, okay? Highly stressed people. They actually are so stressed, they have comparable post-traumatic stress to those people in Vietnam. And I've posted a lot of reading sources and materials for you guys in the description box. I may post some more. So they're coming out with severe post-traumatic stress. And I want to look at how that manifests itself, right? It manifests itself in a variety of ways. It hinders their development and growth within a relationship. So they have a very difficult time developing and nourishing interpersonal relationships. This is going to be the woman that you have a very hard time getting on with. She just is very distrustful. She may be very confrontational. She may be very available for sex sometimes and very withdrawn from sex other times. Almost like she's two different people, right? Very active sometimes, very inactive other times. They have low interpersonal boundaries. This is going to be a woman that's easy to get into bed, right? She doesn't have high interpersonal boundaries. She has a hard time establishing interpersonal boundaries. She's pretty much open and very vulnerable as a person because that mechanism is simply not built into her if she hasn't received help or some sort of support to help strengthen herself in that area. She's going to be passive in behavior. Okay. We know what type of women men like pimps and things like that look for. They look for women that are passive in their behavior. Why? Because they're easy to control. So not only are their personal boundaries and interpersonal boundaries very low, they're also very passive. It makes these women targets, very desirable for groups of people who are looking for somebody that's going to be readily available and agreeable, very dangerous for the woman. They have a higher involvement in abusive relationships. They tend to normalize abuse, accept abuse, and get involved in really abusive relationships. They have difficulty adjusting to intimate relationships. So it's hard to carry on a successful relationship with these people because it's hard for them to adjust. This is no fault of their own, right? You can still love and work with this person. But again, we're addressing this conversation to think about how we can have healthy male-female relationships at the adult level, understanding that 60% of the women you encounter who are Black have been sexually abused as children. So we need to consider this if we care about other people when we are interacting with Black women, especially in male-female relationships. They believe those that they love will hurt them. This is often tied to abuse that has occurred has been inflicted on them by a close relation. So we know that most abuse is caused we know that most abuse is enacted on children by people who are close to them, who have easy access to them. This causes some women to grow up with an inability to trust people that they love because they have the expectation of being hurt. I don't know if you've ever encountered somebody like this. And see, this is why I say you must vet your women, not to weed out the bad apples, right? Because at 60%, most women you meet are going to have been sexually abused. But so that you can work with that woman and work past those issues and deal with her based on her life experience and in a healthy way. And also, this is something I teach my son, to not take advantage of weak people. A person who's been sexually abused is a weakened individual, right? If they haven't been strengthened and fortified and had the support to overcome that, they're in a weakened state. And so the stronger among us don't want to be in a position to take advantage of that person's weakness or distorted view of reality. They have a lot of sex disorders. Let's talk about their sexual disorders, okay? A lot of them believe that sex is an obligation. So this will be a woman that will agree to sex because she feels obliged to agree. Why would she feel obliged to agree? Again, it's a post-traumatic issue. She was abused as a child. She did not have the power to say no. So she doesn't believe that her body is hers to refuse anyone. So she's agreeable. If you press her, she'll give you her body. This is why we have to be so careful. And this is why it's healthy to not just hand ourselves out like Halloween candy or offer ourselves as Halloween candy, because you don't know that the woman, and again, I will deal with men on my next one. We're just dealing with women this time, so don't get offended, men. But you don't know if the woman that you are dealing with has been harmed in some way that is making her feel that your sexual advance is something she is obligated, that she's obligated to accept, that for acceptance from you, her body must be on the menu. And so this is why we just need to be more responsible with each other. And again, that is what this whole discussion is about. Our responsibility to each other as adults to stop the cycle of child sexual abuse in our community. Because if we have broken women coming into relationships, incapable of staying in a relationship, because mentally speaking, they are damaged from being violated as a child, and we have men who don't recognize this 60% or more, it's at least 60%, but those are only reported cases, so it's probably more, of Black women who have been abused as children, and therefore there's going to be some residue from that abuse in their personality. If our men aren't dealing responsibly with those women when they're dealing with them, if they're using them for sex, if they are not recognizing that, they're not vetting them, so they're getting into relationships, bearing children with these women, and then they have to leave their relationship because the woman is having issues or something like that, then we have a single, parent home, which makes those children more, susceptible to abuse, which keeps this cycle going of high sexual abuse rates in the Black community. So we're talking about the cycle. So to break the cycle, the adults in the room have to start being responsible with each other. And that's why we're having this conversation, so that you can know what to look for and choose to be responsible with the women that you interact with. And again, we'll do the men later so that we can choose to be responsible with men as well. They will be emotionally distant. So think about this. A woman who has the feeling that sex is an obligation, something that she should participate in, right? But she's emotionally distant. So she's able to easily detach from the sexual act and not feel anything, negative or positive or anything about it on the surface a lot of the time. So these would be women that participate, in a lot of pornography. It would be that group of women possibly. It would be women who are open to sex with multiple men at once. It would be women who are open to one-night stands on a regular basis. It would be this sect of women that, because of what has happened to them and the abuse they have suffered, they just don't have that gauge, right? Emotionally, they're not as connected to the act as would be normal. And they're also feeling obligated to participate. They feel it's an obligation, almost like a job. And read through my sources, because this is not always expressed in a way that the woman even fully understands what's going on with her. These stats and this information is taken from women who have gotten help, right? Who have gotten help to work through these issues, because a lot of times these behaviors manifest themselves and the woman is innocent of understanding. She's innocent of understanding of her behavior. She is simply behaving in a way that a person who has been violated very young behaves. So these are victims. So I don't want to shame the women. I want to be clear that their behavior is the way that it is because they have been harmed. Somebody violated them when they were children. And remember, we're talking 60% of the female population in the Black community that has reported abuse. There's no telling how many don't report. So let's move on a little further. They have inappropriate and or compulsive sexual behavior. So again, we're talking about the sexual disorders of that 60% of young Black girls who are abused when they grow up. How are they behaving towards sex? They believe sex is an obligation. They're emotionally distant. They have inappropriate sexual encounters. They have compulsive sexual encounters. When women are behaving this way, sexually, I'm not saying a woman can't be sexually aggressive. I am saying when you know that you're going for a Black woman and that 60% of your women have been sexually abused, you need to give caution to this behavior. And you need to address this human being as a person who may very likely be behaving this way for reasons that maybe they don't even understand, so that we can be responsible with each other and compassionate. I always feel like we have these conversations about male-female relations. Oh, that girl is a hoe. Oh, and again, just only talking about women now because we'll talk about men in a different live. We do that, but we forget the human side of it, right? There are reasons that people behave the way they behave. Okay, so there are 30 of us in the chat. If I could get you guys to go and like my video so that other people can see it, because apparently I'm learning that's how people are able to see the lives, is if we go and we like the video. So can you guys do that? If I could get at least 20 of you guys to just click out and do that for me really quick, I would appreciate it. Okay, so it is almost impossible. It is basically impossible for a woman, and I shouldn't say a woman, for a little girl who has been sexually abused to grow into a woman who does not have some sort of psychopathology. She will have some sort of psychopathology, meaning there's going to be something psychiatrically wrong with her. What is the most common psychopathology that we see in young Black women that have been sexually abused? What we see is that they are often dissociative. They often have borderline personality disorder, things like that. This is really, really common in the Black community. It is really, really common among Black women. we make up a significant portion of those women who are dissociative and have borderline personality disorder. And it is arguable that this is directly tied to our high rates of sexual abuse. Remember, those sexual abuse rates that are reported at 60% are very, very close to the rate of single family woman-led homes in the Black community. And we know those children are at higher risk. And there's no coincidence there, right? It would be interesting to do a study just on those correlations within the Black community. Ancient Sumerians said, feminists claim they can be as sexual as they want without men judging them as whores. This is what I will say to that. I will say that feminism, and I talked about this. I talked about this in my live regarding legalizing prostitution and porn. Feminism is a beast that is being fed, right? It is a beast that is being fed. They believe that women are viewed as objects, right? And this view is actually, it corresponds to this conversation we're having now. Because when we view women as objects and not people, then what we find is that we dehumanize them, right? And so feminists, first of all, are stupid. But men don't help the cause much if, they say things like women are things to be bought, or they say things like, women are commodities, or they say things like, I had sex with 30 women this week, or they say things like, you know what I mean? Or like when I showed in that prostitution video, the Hustler magazine cover where they did a cartoon of a woman being put like meat through a meat grinder. It kind of fuels the stupidity of the feminists, right? But here in the Black community, we have to think communally about each other. And we have to realize that women are people, they're human beings, and that 60% of our women have been sexually abused, and that's just who's reporting. So for responsibility to each other as people and as human beings, when you're interacting with a woman and she is being, what was that list? She is being inappropriate and compulsive with her sexual behavior. She is being emotionally distant regarding her sexual behavior. She is, almost giving up sex too easy because she feels it's an obligation. We have to be responsible to each other as Black adults in the community to recognize that when 60% of women are verifiably sexually abused before the age of 15, that it is very likely that that woman who is behaving that way is a survivor of abuse, and that they should be treated as that. They should be dealt with as that, and they should not be exploited for their vulnerability. I think this is very, very essential. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, you guys. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry about that. I'm so bad, y'all. I'm always muting myself. Okay. Thank you. For Antonio, all of that brain stuff, it got my attention. Okay, so what I was saying was that um this sexual abuse manifests itself as this sexual abuse manifests itself often as dissociative disorder or borderline personality disorder. So how does this look? This is going to be like the women who participate in, there's like a vial, I won't say the name, you guys, and please don't say the name in the chat because we're not trying to give any shine to this. But there is a pornography where Black women are heavily degraded by white men. How does a woman engage in that, right? How does she engage in that? Because it's really happening to her. How does she dissociate from the emotions attached to having these things done to her? We find that this is very common. Again, going back to the sexual dysfunctions in victims of sexual abuse. How does a woman meet you in the club and have sex with you and then meet another man in the club and then have sex with him? Again, children who are violated, little girls who are violated young, grow into women who have unhealthy proclivities sexually. Am I saying this is the case for every woman that does that? No, but I'm saying that 60% of reported sexual abuse rates in the Black community among Black little girls, it's going to be most of the women you meet. This is going to be most of them. And a lot of them do not get the help that they need. Hi, Quentin.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said, hey, how you doing?
Nope, cannot hear you. Wait, is it because my volume's
Hello?
off? Oh, okay, say something.
Hello?
Oh, I can hear you. I'm like the queen of technical difficulties, let me tell you. I'm just about to wrap up my introduction, and if you want to say anything, you can. So I want to just go over how people who are suffering from borderline personality disorder, dissociative disorder, these disorders that come along with early child sexual abuse, which we know 60% of Black women are suffering from, how that manifests itself, right? They're very black and white in their thinking. These women, very black and white in their thinking. Without a gray area, it's easy to go all in for something or be really against something because they cannot see the gray area. They act out, okay? Does this remind you? Like, these are the stereotypes of Black women. They're quick to get angry about something, quick to cry about something. They're highly emotional creatures. This is borderline personality disorder, common with victims of sexual abuse, common with victims with post-traumatic stress disorder, common, and think this is most Black women will have been damaged in this way by somebody who violated them as a child. They rage, okay? The angry Black woman, right? Some Black women are angry for a good reason. Some crap just happened. But also there's a stereotype there, and it's just fascinating to me because to some degree, right, a person who's been harmed is going to be angry. They're highly stressed. If you remember from the earlier list, their stress levels are higher. They're suspicious of people. They're engaging in risky behavior. They're prone to blowing up very easily. This is not all women who are sexually abused. Again, this is not all women that are sexually abused. But for those who don't get help, and with rates this high, it is definitely problematic within our community. And when you are viewing a woman, she may be beautiful, she may be sexually desirable, but be kind to her as a person, because it's very likely that you need to be her monitor too. And again, some people feel we have no responsibility to each other, but I personally feel we have responsibility to each other as adults, so that we don't perpetuate the cycle of abuse in our community, and so that we are loving toward each other and we treat each other with understanding and knowledge, with the understanding and knowledge of what people are dealing with. They also they're impulsive, people with these disorders, and they have chaotic interpersonal relations. Their personal relationships are just off the chain, emotional, very I can't say the word, right? Some words are hard for me to say. Very chaotic, right? So we want to keep that in consideration when we're dealing with people of the opposite sex. This is not just about getting somebody in a bed, y'all. This is not just about, she's fine and I want to bang her. Like, we have to think deeper than that, because when we have that many, the majority of women in our community walking around who are survivors of sexual abuse as children, we can never forget that when we approach a Black woman, that this woman may have survived something awful, that somebody may have, because it's not always intercourse, right? Sexual abuse in children manifests itself in a lot of ways. It could be physical contact with a child. It could be exposure, an adult exposing themselves to a child, or voyeurism, where they are watching the child bathing the child. Do you know what I mean? It could be exposing a child to pornography, inappropriate images. It could be having that child engage in child pornography itself. Like, the abuse is on many levels, and you need to understand that when you are encountering most Black women, 60% at minimum, that's what's reported. Who knows what it is that wasn't reported, that they are survivors of this. And you need to consider that when you are interacting with them. At least that's my personal opinion. Quentin, do you want to chime in?
I mean, I agree totally. Because, like you said, I mean, I think a good amount of us have seen these type of cases firsthand. Like, I know me personally, I have, with different, girls, either that I've been in a relationship with, or just that I've been friends with, or known through other friends who dated females and just, know them through talking to them. And you definitely get the type of stuff that you're saying that come up. Like you said, usually it's either one or the other. People it's like this fight or flee thing. It's like either they handle something, like you said, they go all in. Some people get totally comfortable with being fighters after they've, experienced that type of trauma or that type of situation. Or some people get comfortable running and just, always avoiding the situation or just pretending like it's not happening to just get through it. And I feel like both kind of have negative effects if they not balanced to, a normalcy in a sense, because it's kind of really hard to ever be normal after that. Of course, if anybody ever been through something personal, but yeah, it's just, yeah. There's supposed to be effort at least, and like most people don't facilitate the ability for that effort to grow when they don't actually put a certain amount of effort into the relationship, when they just in it for the sex or something like that.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think you brought up an interesting point about some people learn to be fighters, right? And I think we see that, and that is something that is often stereotyped about Black women, is they're aggressive, they're kind of manly, things like that. Well, some people, and I actually know a woman like this, she's aggressive quickly. I also know for a fact that she was sexually abused as a child. When you learn young that you have to protect yourself, or, that if you make yourself aggressive, that can be a barrier of protection for you, then you grow into an adult that behaves that way. And I think a lot of times we look very, very much on the surface at behaviors in people, and we need to look at this deeper and deal with people with compassion, because when we tie the high sexual abuse rates in the Black community to the fact that many Black people attach a stigma to getting mental health treatment, right? So what you end up with are little kids, little girls in this case, and we'll talk about boys the next live, but little girls who have been violated before the age of 15 and who are often not getting the help that they need because there is a stigma attached to receiving proper mental health services in the Black community. So what does a person do? The brain will naturally start to, and a person will naturally start to build defenses, right? And these defenses can look a lot of different ways. It could be just totally being passive and submissive. Oh, you want me? Let me give myself to you. It could be being super hyper aggressive. Oh, if you challenge me, it's on. Don't challenge me. It can look a lot of different ways. And I think as adults, we have to go.
Sometimes both too. Like I've seen both at the same time. Like both the if you challenge me and the submissive. It's weird. It gets dicey depending on the person.
That's true. It can go both ways, right? It could be a woman who will be aggressive in some situations, but heavily promiscuous and sexually available in other situations. Frantonio spoke to the higher rates of sexual abuse in the white community. And I think that we have to look at the per capita stats, right? The white community is 70% of those where those stats are coming from. Like they're 70% of our population. So if we look at the per capita stats, the variance is not as dramatic, right? The variance is not as dramatic at all. So we have to think about that. We have to look at these statistics per capita because we know that we're a smaller community. So our numbers of reported cases of sexual abuse will be smaller for two reasons. One, we're a smaller community. Two, we are a community that does not always go to the authorities with this thing, right? How many people, think about this, y'all. How many people do we know? I can think of one case right now where I was not in the state, but I heard about this, where a child was bathed by an adult who was not her father. I think the adult was married to an elder in the family, and the mother was like one of the younger women in the family, and she was leaving her two little girls with this man. With the woman, and the woman was married to the man, and the man was finding reasons to bathe the little girls. Okay, did anybody go to jail? Did anybody report that? No, right? So our rates are going to be lower for several reasons. One, because we let stuff slide too much in our community, right? We overlook things too much. How many young women in the chat room, when you were, a young woman, 11, 12, 13 years old, because a lot of us develop early, I know I did, were hit on by grown men, adults. Do you know what I mean?
Facts. And to piggyback what you're saying off that, I've seen like lately, coincidentally, because the universe just be speaking with the frequencies. I've been like looking at, Chris Hansen, To Catch a Predator, and you just like you saying, it's exactly what it be with these guys trying to talk to these younger girls who quote unquote develop at a younger age, or even ones that don't. And that's a problem, like you said, and it's not talked about, especially amongst the black community with the black women, because it's this stigma of having to protect the race and not or protecting their family and not saying nothing, but dealing with it the best they can. And it's just like, though that's a way, and even if you tell, this is another thing that kind of gets them. Even if you do tell and you do get justice, it don't really take away that the feeling of the fact that it happened, but at least you can suffice with something. You know what I mean? Some justice is served. But it's just like it's rough, because I hate when people try to say the aggressive black woman thing. Black women might be somewhat aggressive, you know what I'm saying, on average. Not like aggressive like eat somebody's head off, but they're no more aggressive than the black male. But you got to understand, the people under attack and at war with the environment around them. I'm not even going to say people, because there's white people and people of all races that love black people. That ain't the point. It's just the environment or whatever in the structure of the system that they ran under is aimed at them a little harder than others, or a lot harder than others, however you want to put it. But
Yeah.
that you're going to have thicker and tougher skin than most people. So like you said, we do develop those type of defense mechanisms naturally. Like, to us, it don't even seem like attitude when everybody talking to one another, but to another race, they might take it differently because they don't come from that same culture or way of life. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? But yeah,
Yeah.
it's just, I feel like y'all not more so aggressive unnecessarily. It's not like nothing like that, but when you got to face everything a black woman has to face, like you said, the stuff that with these sexual abuse things, when you can tell or can't tell, either way, the impact that leaves, you got that weight on your shoulder. Then you got the fact that the ones that's on Section 8, they don't even want you to have a father in the household or a man or whatever to be able to take care of the kids. It's so many different things set up that aim to have to make the black woman stand strong without a man. Not that she doesn't need a man, because we need a woman just like a woman need a man. But at the end of the day, the way America pushes it is for the black woman to be by herself, so that way they can divide the black family. and incarcerate the black male. And the black male is falling for the trick of the physicality or the growth and development that they see of these women and not actually taking care of it like they would that of their daughters. And that's the thing. It's like, how would you want somebody to treat your mother, your sister, or your daughter? That's how you should treat their mother, sister, or daughter. But since the people don't apply that in mass, it's just like they're looking at women as objects. Like, I was at a strip club for a bachelor party recently. I've never been to a strip club in my life, first time. It's like the first thing I'm thinking when I walk in is that. It's just like, damn, I feel bad for all the fathers that failed, or just the girls themselves that were put in this situation. But it's just like, you know, what can you do besides try to do better with yours and spread a better message to be better and, you know, basically help them. However, people got to help themselves out of their situation. Like I was just talking with one of my friends. I told him, I feel like when it comes to the black community, when it comes to the hood or whatever you want to call it, it's kind of like the two things that we don't want to become as male and female in the black community is, or the two things that our parents want us to avoid. For men, is joining a gang or being in the streets. For women, it's being a stripper, you know what I mean, or being a prostitute, whatever. Those are the two things that they don't want us to be. But then when you go to a strip club, you find it common that that's the place in which those two worlds meet and creates the product in which we have with the children in that neighborhood and makes that neighborhood sociology what it is based on all of that type of an energy. It's no real family structure in something like that. But that is in what MASH was being publicized and looked at as cool for people to want to go do instead of be at home chilling with their kids and their family like Everybody Hates Chris or something.
Yeah.
And, you know.
No, I really agree with you. And I think your attitude to me is a responsible attitude. I mean, everybody knows I have an adult son, and this is what I have taught him too. If a woman does not respect herself, there's something behind that, right? If a woman is acquiescing to give herself to you easily, there's something behind that. And we should care what is behind that as people. Why should we care? Because they're human beings. And because without us being cognizant of this cycle, the pattern will continue. And we will keep putting out broken people in this community. And a lot of people were asking about the anger. This is the thing. When a little girl is violated sexually, they will often dissociate so that they can deal with it's a coping mechanism. This is the science. I did the research on this before I started this live. It is a coping mechanism, okay? And a lot of times that coping mechanism will kick in their adult life. A lot of these little girls grow into women. A lot of these little abused, sexually exploited little children grow into women who then have issues like borderline personality disorder, which means that they'll be shopping and happy and excited one minute and angry, like they can be triggered really quick. So we don't have to understand this thing because it's just a coping mechanism that happens when a person, a little tiny person, is violated. It's just something that they naturally do. And again, these people, they're not able to help how they are if they haven't gotten help to recognize it. Because these coping mechanisms kick in and people are not cognizant and aware if they haven't gotten help. Somebody said, why do we use survivor? Like, why do we use that term? Are they under, were they about to be killed? No. But if you are a child, I mean, y'all see children out all the time. They're small. They can't defend themselves. A child cannot defend themselves. A child can do nothing to protect themselves. If somebody violates sexually a little person like that, they are a survivor if they grow into adulthood without killing themselves. If they grow into adulthood at all, that's a survivor. They have survived being violated as a defenseless child. And so that's why that terminology is used. Again, there is a human aspect to this. Am I saying all behavior is acceptable? Absolutely not. But I'm saying as we move through the world, it is imperative as responsible adults interacting with each other that we recognize that 60% of the women you encounter have been violated. at a young age and without help, which many of them never receive, the behavior that you see from them, their sexual behavior, it's not because you're so fine. It's not because your dick is irresistible. Do you know what I mean? It's not because of those things. It's because this person is broken. And so if we care for each other, you can have a healthy relationship with a person who's been hurt, right? You can. But that means that you have to be recognizing. And I guess for me as a woman, right? Because a lot of times men will say, well, you can't really speak on men as a woman. But I feel like to a degree I can, right? Because as a woman who is led by a man and has to be protected by a man and bears the children of a man, I should have some say so in how I feel about men, right? And what I feel is that, I'm sorry?
Agree.
Thank you. And so I feel that as a woman, I would feel so much better if the men in our community chose to act with awareness, right? Aware that most of their women have been harmed as children, and that these women who are behaving the way that they are, that we cannot take advantage of them. We cannot sleep with them just because they're fine. We need to look past their exterior, and we need to deal with them in a way that is helpful to help them overcome those barriers, right? To help them overcome those setbacks that are no fault of their own, right? A child is innocent in that life. But we still want to act in ways that let them know we don't accept this behavior, but we love you, right? We don't want to turn them into hoes. And this is this is the cycle I want to talk about. And Quentin, you can tell me how you feel about this. This is the cycle, right? Here's a little girl. Uncle whoever violates her sexually at the age of 10 or 11, right? She grows into a teenage girl who is used to being responsive to men because she's been introduced to sex too young, right? So she starts sleeping around the high school. People start calling her a hoe, okay? She grows into a woman. She's learned that she can get male attention by having sex with them. And this all stems back from Uncle so-and-so who violated her at the age of 10 or 11. So then she's fine, right? She's an attractive woman, banging body. And so men keep coming for her physicality, right? And she feels obligated, and she's a pleaser, right? Because Uncle so-and-so taught her to be a pleaser. He taught her to be submissive. He taught her to be sexual as a little girl. So now she's an adult woman who is a pleaser, who is highly sexual as an adult woman. And then people are calling her whores and this and that, and she gets pregnant. She has a baby, but she's unstable, right? She's cute, but her attitude is crazy. So you can't really be in a relationship with her, but now she's got a baby. But she's still a pleaser. She's still sexually deviant. She's still all those same things, but now with the little girl of her own. And so she's bringing men into the home. But her choice of men aren't good because these abuse victims, as we learned from the stats earlier, enter abusive relationships. So her choices of men aren't good, and her relationships are not stable because she's broken. So all these men who are looking at her physicality are coming into the home, and she's letting them in because she doesn't have any personal boundaries. Remember our stats earlier? They lack the ability to set interpersonal boundaries. And who's in the house with her while she's doing this now? Her baby girl. We know that abuse is higher in homes that are single family homes. So then her baby gets abused. And then the cycle continues. And we've bred another whore. Why? Why? All because that little baby girl who got abused up front, our men and our women were not taught to interact with these women with consideration of the fact that more than half of the women you meet are that little girl. They're like that little girl. It is a cycle. And as adults, we can be responsible for the break in that. You know, when I started dating, because you guys know I got married really young, I got divorced late in life, and I had to start dating. You could not breathe. You weren't coming to my home. You weren't being introduced to my children. It was not happening. But as a man, if a woman is quick to bring you around her kid, quick to give you sex, what should your reaction be? Yeah, let me come up in that house with your kid? How do you deal with somebody whose decision making is off? As a man, right? You must check her. I don't think we're not there yet. Your little girl is precious. Like, don't bring me. I wouldn't harm her or anything, but don't bring other men around your little girl. You never know. These dudes out here are crazy. In a loving way, set her straight. Don't go, well, damn, okay, well, it's better than bringing her to my house. Let me get up in there. Because these people won't protect themselves. They won't do it, y'all. There's a group of people, these women who have been compromised as children. They will not protect themselves. They don't care enough about themselves, and not all of them. A lot of these women grow into functional people, but there's a sect. They're not going to protect themselves. So what do? Oh, well, she's consenting. So that's all I need is the consent. Or do we acknowledge that they will not protect themselves? And so the rest of us have the obligation to protect them from themselves. I would say we have the obligation collectively to stop the cycle. And we have the power to do that for these people who are incapable of making that right choice for themselves. I don't know, Quentin, what do you think? Quentin? I think I lost it. So that is the purpose of this conversation, you guys. That's the purpose of the conversation. I'm interested to see, because I'm not looking at the chat, so I'm about to take a look at it. Ancient Sumerian, am I going to have people come and out their sexual abuse right now? No. I'm not going to do that to anybody. I think those are personal stories, right? Everybody doesn't want to share their story of sexual abuse with the world. I know women who have shared their stories with me, but I would never ask a woman to do that. There's a lot of shame that women have in those situations because they're children, right?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my bad. I tried to say hello when you said my name on my phone and started to go crazy for a second.
Okay.
But this is exactly what happens, and this is why that cycle continues. Like you said, it's because people never get over these situations or actually have anybody to foster the growth for something better or for the cycle to break. It's like I feel like a lot of the weight, because it's 50-50, is half the person and then it's half the man. You see what I'm saying? It's like it's half the man in the sense that if you the one that's supposed to be with the person, you're supposed to be facilitating some type of healing in that situation and making the person feel better. And it's like, as the woman, if you've been through it, you're supposed to be trying to be getting, or making sure you facilitate some type of help for yourself to be able to confide or trust in someone to be able to help you through this situation or choose the right person to love you. You don't just go to the first thing popping when you really have to pick through men like a fine tooth comb, just like vice versa. It's like this world just don't work in quick things. Usually when you get something the fast way, it go the same way. So it's just like, you'd rather actually, like most people, the thing is people want everything easy. They don't want to work for anything to build. Everybody just wants to walk in on a situation that's already done or already fixed up for them. As in, guys and girls, like a girl would be like, okay, I want a guy that uh, already has his stable job, his stable house and whatever, you know what I mean? The whole nine with that and finances together and I'm good. It's like, that's cool. Though at the same time, guys can say they want that too. But damn, it was a point that I was going to make with that I'm damn near forgetting. Uh, what was I going with that? Damn.
Did you lose it?
Yeah, but I'm like, you can come back to me. I might get it in a second.
Okay. Well, what I really want to do, and I was just typing you guys in the chat saying I want to have my likes and my representation in the chat to be close together, because I know this stream is in the middle of the day for a lot of people, so a lot of people are still at work, but I still want it to be able to come up for people to see it. So if 10 or 15 more of you can go and like the video, I would appreciate that. But with that said, again, when you have 60% of the female Black population suffering from abuse, I cannot make anybody do anything, right? And I'm not here to try to make you guys do anything. I am just saying that it is a strong suggestion of mine that we be mindful of the dynamic and that we consider that when we're engaging women, that you look past her exterior and your desire for her, and you really take a look at her behavior. Do you know what I mean? For me, and maybe I'm just used to dealing with a certain type of man, right? The men that I deal with, let's say my husband now, right? When he started dealing with me, he wanted to meet my family. Do you know what I mean? He met my family. We talked about everything. I mean, everything. He asked me a lot of questions. That man knows me really, really well. He knows about my childhood. He knows about my relationship with my parents, my peers. He knows about, the intimate details of my past relationships. That's why I said you look for transparency in women, Dino. He did not rush to get into bed with me. He rushed to get into my head, which is something that has to be done for leadership anyway, right? How can you lead if you don't understand people? That's why the government and these corporations are always wanting to do panels. You walk in the store, they're like, do you want to come taste test something? Can we ask you some questions? That's why the internet is always tracking you, because knowledge is very useful, right? When we are interacting with each other as the two sexes, I think it is pivotal to us turning things around in our community and stopping the cycle of abuse, that we start viewing these women, because we have a lot of beautiful Black women in the community, but get past her beauty and get into her head. Before you give her your body or try to get access to her body, I am just suggesting that we be responsible. And remember that the majority of Black women you meet will have been violated as children. And so you need to understand them as a person before you enter their body. You need to be willing to correct them, even if you want them. Correct their behavior. Because if nobody ever does it, they will not know, because they have a disordered way of thinking. Again, this is not to bash those women. It's not about that, because they cannot help that. They cannot help what happened to them. They cannot help the coping mechanisms their mind has developed, or the behaviors they have developed because of what happened to them as children. So it is for those healthy-minded people to be on point in protection of them. And why? Because a lot of these women have kids, and a lot of these kids are going to grow into adults. And like I said, it is a cycle, right? We make whores out of these victims in our community. We tag evil titles to them. We promote their behavior. We have sex with them. We're reproducing with them in unhealthy ways. But what we can do is help heal these women so that they can be mothers to children who have healthy appetites and attitudes, that they can protect their children and learn to protect themselves.
Okay, can I add something too?
Yeah.
Also to that, I will say on the flip side, it is going to be a challenge, because when I say from seeing it firsthand and through other people's hands, it is not easy. I happen to be a part of a squad of guys who does this type of thing, as in works with these type of girls or have been in a relationship with these type of girls. And really have seen the better or worst of this type of situation. So it's like, yeah, it definitely can go good. But one thing about it, whether it goes good or bad, for you to take the challenge, know what you're taking, and you have to be strong on that. This is not for the weak. I'll tell you that now. If you're the type of person that is a quitter or you just want to walk away from the situation, not the relationship for you. Know the girl before you date her. Saying. Because
Right.
I take people on. I tell them off the jump. I don't judge. So off the rip, now that we got that out the window, whatever it is, it is. I done probably seen what you done been through before, or been through something of the sort. Or it's just like, it is what it is. I'm here to make somebody feel better about what they done been through and show them that they don't have to let that define them.
Yeah, I think that's solid. And I think that we've reached a place where we forget the humanity in our male-female relationships. We have a group of women promoting in the Black community, these celebrities and things, promoting in the Black community promiscuity in the women, with the understanding that 60% of our women are broken early in their life. They're broken. But you broken people, go be promiscuous, right? We have a sect of people in our community promoting looking at men as pocketbooks. So men are not human beings with feelings and needs like us. You know what I mean? They're just a bank, a living, breathing bank. And to the same extent, we have people in our community promoting that women are just there for sex. You just look at them, you have sex with them, they smell nice, yep. They're soft. But there's humanity to this. And we have to get back to the humanity. Something our people are known for. The thing that makes the Black community vulnerable is that we're very humane. We are humane and forgiving and loving. That is what we're known for. That's why people get away with doing so much dirt to our community.
Exactly. That expounded on what you said earlier. That's exactly why a good amount of the time it doesn't go to the law, because people are so forgiving and they're always ready to move past it, because we already go through so much on the regular. People don't need no added stress.
But what we're seeing, though, is that we are starting to become like other communities in that we lack humanity now. We're starting to lose our humanity. And we are seeing that manifest itself in our male-female relationships and attitudes towards each other. And I am just petitioning us to get back to the humanity and to encourage that in others, to recognize these cycles in our community, the cycle of abuse. Again, we're talking about women today. We'll be talking about male child abuse in the next live, but to recognize that 60% of our sisters, at least, that's what's reported, which means that the rate is higher, which means that the majority of Black women were violated as children before the age of 15 in some way. And they are out here in this world, a lot of them without receiving proper mental health treatment, because our community shuns that, right? And they're out here just trying to make the best of their life with the brokenness that they have. And it's very, very important, y'all, that we start getting back to our humanity as a people, and that we not lose that, and that we start engaging even in our sexual relations. And I know that's hard when lust and desire are up front and center, but we have to think bigger than that. I feel, right? Y'all are all going to go make your own choices, and I can't affect those, but I implore you to choose to be responsible for the other man, the other woman too, to have a community mindset, to have love for another person, even a beautiful woman, as a human being, and not just accept her advances and her overtures or her willingness because you have a desire there, but to think deeper, because nothing is ever surface in this life. Because when we get there, we'll be strengthened as a community, and we can really nip in the bud a lot of these issues, right? Because we're checking and we're balancing each other in love. And that's essentially the purpose of this particular live. I really wanted just to point out that cycle, and I really wanted to encourage people to disengage from it. And if you are engaging in the process of mating, and all of that, to do so responsibly and with the understanding that it may make you uncomfortable, but at least 60% or more of the Black women you meet, which means that most of the Black women you meet, if you walk in a room with 10, 6 of them was raped, exploited, or sexually abused in some way as a child. So the next time you see a Black woman, you think about that. The next time you approach a Black woman, you think about that. The next time you petition a Black woman for sex, you think about that. Think about, she might be one of those little girls, and I don't know how she's functioning right now. So I got to get in her head and I've got to vet this situation so that I can either help her and guide her or separate from her, because I don't want to be a part of this Black woman's demise. That is pro-Black. That is love for our community. That is being humane. That is in the spirit of how our people are, which is compassionate and loving and forgiving people. And we're losing that. And I want to see us regain that in so many areas, because I feel like we're slipping. We're slipping in that area. There's no gender war. We need you as women. We are designed and made for you guys. Designed to help you, to be underneath you. And that's not a negative thing. So I just implore our men to be protective, thoughtful, pragmatic, and calculated in a positive way in their interactions with our women. And that's pretty much what I had to say in this live. I don't know. Do you have anything you want to add, Quentin?
I mean, you pretty much nailing it all on the head. I feel like it's just time for, you know, us on both behalves, men and women, to step up on our situation, because I'm like, I'm sick of having to get people to really see this from a value the woman standpoint like you should, given the fact that, like we always talk about, both male and female got to come through the woman to even get here, which is why they should be held to their esteem. It's like you guys are under us, you're in a sense over us, because we come from under you when you birthed us. You feel what I'm saying? It's like you guys birthed us down the birth canal, and we come out and we look you eye to eye. So it's like, if anything, we're the thing that's protected under you guys before you grow us into the great warriors that we are, and our fathers help shape us to be. It's like you guys' role in the male aspect of it is still important and undermined it, because though there are flaws when there's only a female in the household to raise the male, these females still raise well males that function in society just fine and take care of their own families and people, and, you know, do anything anybody else that's raised in a 2-parent household can or can't do. So it's just that credit still goes to the women, because like I say, throughout everything that we done been through as a people, women that held us down, even when it was from the slave ships, when, you know, you guys sung songs to us to let us know what was happening on the other side for us to, you know, be able to set up and escape, or through slavery, taking all of the rape just like we did or whatever else. So much that y'all have held us down, like I said, and been through, and even through the and killed and capped off for trying to stand up, y'all picking up the pieces and raising the rest of the family. So, you know, and ain't no different than today. So when we all go to jail or we all die as the Black men, Black women hold it down. Now, it has effects, good and bad, but at the end of the day, we can't take away from the credit that Black women do and have it in our place. And I'm sick of Black women kind of asking nicely too for the respect, because it's like, it's about time it started to get aggressive. Like, niggas need to wake the fuck up. That's all I'm gonna say. It's time, man. We gotta get back on the woman respect, because it's one thing. Let the women rule with love. You feel what I'm saying? Men don't rule with love. Men rule with logic, and logic sometimes will create errors when you don't factor in love as a component. So a male-based society don't rule in the same sense, because it wouldn't be wars if that was the case. And it's just like, the first wars, like we talk about being those gender wars before they became actual wars, was over that same type of philosophy. That one versus this one. So, when it comes to the her story, that's why I'd say for females, learn the her story or whatever, the story of you guys' history and the richness that you guys come from, and everything that you are and was and, always are going to be, whether people recognize it or not. But I feel like it's time and the great awakening is happening. And I feel like we need to take this time, like she said, to uplift the broken black women we got and the broken black men, and be the other halves to one another's broken pieces, so that way we can get to the plateau we need to get to in order to succeed.
Yeah, that's real. And this is something that even extends not just to the women that you may be attracted to and interested in dating, but even women in your family. Do you know what I mean? A lot of times we don't feel comfortable correcting strangers, right? If we're looking for intimacy, we can correct. If we are a family member, we can correct. Remember, though, in love, right? We want to correct in love. We're not trying to provoke people to anger and wrath. We're trying to provoke them to feel convicted, so that they can be helped. In the chat, somebody said, well, they need professional help. Maybe they shouldn't be dating until, they get that. The thing is that a broken person doesn't function that way. Do you know what I mean? Not in most cases. Somebody gets help. Go ahead. What'd you say?
No, I'm just saying facts support. I support that. Because, sometimes you really got to be that other half to help them the extra mile in order to get there. When somebody got a broken leg, you don't just say, come on, walk. You kind of, put your arm under theirs or your shoulder over them, and you help them do what they got to do.
Yeah, that's a really good example. So, yeah, the goal is to understand that people will not always make the best choices for themselves. I won't always make the best choice for myself. You won't always make the best choice for yourself. But people who have come from a place where their foundation was damaged, right? Foundationally, something is wrong with them. They definitely will have trouble making the best choices for themselves. And as just loving people, we have to consider that and know that, yeah, I agree with you. They should get therapy and not date until then, but we know that's not what's going to happen. So then that's where our health and our strength comes in. And again, everybody doesn't feel that we're responsible for each other. Everybody's not with this kind of vibe, and that's cool. Like, that's you. But like, all I can do is appeal, right? If we don't ask each other, if we don't have these conversations, if it's never occurred to you, it's never going to occur to you. So the spirit is to ask and make that request and hope that this touches your heart some way, that when you find yourself engaging a woman, and again, not saying, just saying there are Black men that are doing this already. The brother Quentin saying this is how he moves in the world anyway. Men like that could be an influence on other men, and men who haven't considered it might hear me ask and go, I never thought about that. I was very saddened, and that's what provoked this, to be on a panel with a Black man who said he understood this, but did not make the correlation between his actions taking advantage of women that he understood were behaving that way because of abuse and not doing so. And that broke my heart. And that is what promoted me to do. That's what provoked me to do this live, because I thought to myself, there's a man who has an understanding of what the problem is and doesn't care. So I want to speak on this matter to promote just the opposite, that we have an understanding of what the problem is, but we have care for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do. And I want to say, it's like, for those that do have to care, it's real. Like it can take your soul or it can take your heart. It's gonna be some times when you take some hurt from it, because girls who've been through that much can only admit that until that switch is flipped off, so to speak. So you will take some collateral damage. I tell people all the time, like, with me and my situation, it's like me and my girl is like, if you ever seen X-Men, Jean Grey and Wolverine. It's like, yeah, she's been with a person like Cyclops or whoever else, but only with, only Wolverine can kind of withstand, and skin can regenerate to be in the aura of a female that obliterates everybody's matter into dust. It's like your skin is peeling off as you walk up to it to give her a hug, but because you have the ability to grow it back because you're stronger than the average, you can take that. But taking that comes with some pain. That's all I be trying to say. Is men out there like that have the ability to do it. It's just they have to be brave enough, but just know it's gonna come with some wounds. That's all I'm saying from personal experience.
Yeah, for sure. And for the women, what we can do is we can, because women, we talk to each other, right? Our conversations with each other are always too much information. We share deeply with each other because women like to talk and share, right? That is an opportunity for us to in a loving way, we can correct sisters that we see are doing things wrong. And sometimes we can safely do that even with strangers. I've told the story, I think once, of a young woman I saw getting into a beef with a white woman over a seat on BART. And she had her baby with her, And I just said to her, I said, you shouldn't be fighting. You got your baby with you. Like, these people will take your baby, And why? Because I love her. Because she's got that little baby with her. And I don't want to see anything happen to that young woman. I don't want to see anything happen to that baby. In my personal life, with my family, with my friends, with younger women that I know, I will address those issues. I'll have those conversations with them in a loving way. And I'll always, at a good place to come with this, and I'm Christian, y'all know everybody's not, but there was this thing when Paul was appealing to the Greeks, right? And he goes, I see this and that. And then he made a correlation to where he was coming from. And I like to do that with people. I'll go, I see this is your issue, this is where I'm coming from. This is what I've experienced. Like, I kind of understand this, especially if I have a similar experience. I'm a mother, I know you want, companionship and all that, but, we have to protect our children. We have to consider, like, you don't know that man like that. And your children are precious. So, maybe don't let him in your house, maybe don't do this, like maybe, just hold back. If he really wants you, and you don't have sex with him, he will stay, he's going to appreciate that in you. He's going to see that's something different in you. Right. So we can have, as women, everything doesn't fall to the men. I just address the men because, you guys are the pursuers of women. Right. But as women, we can also have these conversations too. And we can have them when the opportunity presents itself, or if you're more of a butterfly and you like to just pursue, because some people will pursue broken people for the purpose of helping them, then do that. But we can all play a part in this life.
And for some people that happens to be a sole purpose. And for those people, it's rough because even if you try to avoid it, it's in you. Like for me, I am that type of person. That's why I know I'm not the type of person to get into frivolous relationships. I haven't had a whole body count list of people. Not that type. Like when you're the type of person that's meant to help and fix broken people, or you just meant to help build upon whatever somebody already is, broken or unbroken, then you kind of know what you are and know what you want ahead of time. You don't never really have to wonder. Like I kind of look at me a lot like I try to do what Apocalypse would do in X-Men, like how he'd take any of the mutants and make their power stronger. And when it comes to friends and relationships, you should always want to enhance the abilities of anybody you with.
That's so real. I totally agree with that. We should always want to leave a person better than we found them. We never want to be part of what drags them down if we can help it, right? Nobody's perfect. To those of you in the chat saying we can't save like a person, understand this is not about you saving anybody. If each of us makes a choice to bring our best self to our interactions with other people and to be mindful of this, right? You may not save that person, but you will impact that person.
Or you can help them save themselves.
Exactly. And you never know. They have that interaction with you. And if they have a similar interaction with somebody else, like it's not all on you. It's just you've got to do your part, right? when you're in the situation, you have to make those right decisions in the situation. And then you walk away knowing I made the right choices. I approached this the right way. And you're not a part of that person's demise. You know what I'm saying? You'll be that one dude that refused to be up under her little girl, even though she didn't care. She'll remember you because you'll be different than the other men she chose. She'll see that. Do you know what I mean? You'll be that one woman who spoke to her about how she is so beautiful and valuable. Why don't you wait on a man who's willing to wait on you? She'll remember that. She may not turn over the leaf because, you know, people don't become that way. You have to remember these women we're talking about were abused at a young age. They were groomed for that abuse. And they have to be groomed for greatness. That doesn't happen overnight. That's not what's expected. What's expected is that we take responsibility and accountability when we deal with these people so that we can groom them for greatness through their interaction with us that are healthy and stronger. That would be the hope. So I'm going to go with that. Do you have anything you want to say in closing, Quentin?
I mean, I just appreciate being up on your panel. You know, anytime I definitely would come through because I seen you had sent the hangout link, and I'm just like, I wasn't doing anything. I could definitely chime in and support. But I really just, you know, want to say everybody should definitely listen to a sister that's really emitting this much love and knowledge and radiance, because this is coming from the soul. And it's like, this is what we need, more sisters like this and more guys coming for understanding and to support these messages for us to be able to get to a better place than we are currently. And you know, that's all really it is. I just want to help us strive to be better and enhance all of our natural abilities. Wherever we lack therein of as individuals, where other people excel, we will help one another's where we are don't excel. We'll be the piece to each other's puzzles. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. So just so you guys know, I'm not going to bombard you with like too many like seriously deep videos in a row. But I will put up, because you guys know I'm on my new schedule, so I will put up my sit down video, you know, later today. I will be doing the live Nikki Asked For, which is starting to go through my book collection. So I'll start that this week. Virtuous One, I'm finally going to get to. My sit down video will not be a live. It'll be a sit down video. And if you guys need a live after that on home birth, then I'll do the live, but I'll do a sit down video first on home birth. And then if I find that there are questions and you guys need a live, then I'll do a live on home birth. I really encourage the men, like, don't be afraid of the home birth video, because you're going to be greatly needed if your wife decides to have a home birth. Like, you're going to play a huge role in that. So please, men, don't be afraid of that video. And also I'm going to be doing, oh, I had one more, but I forgot, but I know those for sure. I'm going to be doing the books because it was requested, and I'm going to be doing the home birth video because that was requested. So we'll probably do the book live tomorrow, you guys. So if you guys are bibliophiles, that's going to be the one for you. We'll even go through my husband's shelf. We're going to go through my man's shelf because, you know, all his books are written by Black people, by Black people, for Black people, y'all. So thank you for the super chat. Transgenerational post-traumatic stress disorder exposure impacts offspring. That's so true. That is so true. It really is. A mentally ill parent, it really does affect how that child moves in the world and how they interact with people. I could definitely vouch for that. I absolutely definitely can vouch for that. That's absolutely true. So with that said, y'all, Quentin, thank you so much for coming. I know this live was in the middle of the day and I did not advertise it, but that's because y'all, literally, I was doing that panel yesterday and I had to get my thoughts together, but I knew I wanted to do this live while it was just fresh on my heart and in my spirit to do it. So I apologize for the super short notice and the timing of it, but thank you guys for coming out. I really appreciate that almost every one of you guys like this video so that all the other subscribers will see it when they get off of work. Quentin, I'm glad you were free. You added so much to the conversation and I just really appreciate that.
Thank you. I mean, anytime, like I said, it's all love for everybody. That's all I'm trying to emit is love. So
Oh,
anytime, I love everybody.
well, vibe well then, because I'm on that wavelength too. So, so with that said, bye y'all. Bye, Quentin.
See you, sister.
Okay, so 89% of you have spoken, and you guys have decided that you want to embark on this series about sex. So we're going to start today. I wanted to start with the most delicate topic first, and then we can get into the stuff that as adults we can have a little bit more fun with, even though obviously I want to be serious in this conversation. But I thought I'd start with Black single mothers. Not to pick on Black women as single mothers. Obviously, it's not just our community that has single mothers. But since this series is on sex, I wanted to talk about the aspect of Black single mother sex that leads to or can lead to the abuse of children sexually. So it would seem like these two things are not related, but they are. And this is going to be rather controversial. Hey, Ms. Buckner. Hey, Mika. This is going to be rather controversial, but I feel like we should have the discussion, right? So first of all, before we dig into this, because, you know, single mothers, they already get a bad rap. I want to talk about what a single mother is not, okay? Let's talk about that first. And I'm specifically talking about single mothers and not single fathers, and I want to explain why. Number one, because the major perpetrators of sexual abuse on children are men. And the major people, the largest population, the Black community that, so let me start over. The major perpetrators of sexual abuse are men. And men who look to sexually abuse children typically look toward single mothers, right, as their targets. And because single mothers are the majority of solo parents in the Black community, I am looking specifically at single mothers because the mothers and their children are the most vulnerable population. So I'm not trying to pick on single mothers. I really want you guys to try to understand that this conversation is a conversation I think we should have simply because we want to do everything we can as women and as men to protect our children. And so that's going to include having conversations that make us a little bit uncomfortable. So yes, Mika, thank you. Mika's starting this off, and that's going to be the moral of this whole live. So first of all, I want to talk about what a single mother isn't. Solo parents who are single, are more likely to be more highly educated than, and they're also more likely to have been married, okay? So than a cohabitating parent. So you have some parents who are parents to a child and they live together, but they are not married. When we look at single solo parents, we find that these tend to be more educated people and they tend to have been married previously. So when we talk about the single mother epidemic, quote unquote, in the Black community, we always treat it like these women are just running around, having sex. Hi, Asha. Having sex with, you know, random men and getting knocked up out of wedlock. The fact of the matter is the vast majority of single mothers actually are married and then they become single mothers because of divorce, separation, or widowing. So that's a huge part of the single mother population. So I just want to throw that out there. Also, we find that although single parents are often in poverty, we do find that amongst Black single mothers, most of them are working class and educated. I know that's controversial. That's not the common narrative, but that definitely is the fact. And I will be presenting, I will include all of my sources in the description box when this live is over, as I typically do when I cite sources. So I want to just throw those things out there so that we understand the demographic of women that we're talking about. Also, single mothers tend to be older. This comes from the fact that a lot of them have been married previously. And again, they normally have had their children in wedlock or at least been married prior. So with all that said, let's get to the part that's going to be a little more controversial. The part that's going to be a little bit more controversial is going to be talking about female accountability in what is very literally an epidemic of child sexual abuse in the Black community. And this comes into woman's sexuality. So that is how it fits into our conversations about sex. I don't know how long this sex series will go, but we're going to start here because this is probably the most dicey topic that we'll cover. And we'll talk about other things like sexualization of women. We'll talk about, pornography. We'll talk about like other subjects, but let's just start here with the most important thing, which is protecting our children. So when we talk about the impact of single motherhood on child sexual abuse in the Black community, it may not make us happy to say it, but it is children that are in single female-led households who are the highest at risk and the most likely to be sexually assaulted. And so we have to talk about what the mother's responsibility as the head of the household is in protecting her children, right? So obviously, ideally, we want both parents involved, but we know that a father, no matter how involved he is, if he's not in the home, the onus of protection really is going to fall to the mother. So with that said, I just want to talk about how often child sexual abuse takes place. And I want to discuss what the risk factors are for that. So first of all, you have a single mother. She's alone. She is going to want male companionship. She's going to want to live her life, right? Date, things like that. Having a child, maybe not always having access to childcare, and wanting to be accepted by the opposite sex, knowing that you are a package, right? Oftentimes makes, or it doesn't make, but it incentivizes single mothers to be more flexible with their male companions than is healthy for their children. So what we find is that 1 in 6 men is sexually abused before the age of 18. So little boys of single mothers are not exempt from this. And that percentage goes up even more when we talk about children. 73% of child victims won't even let you know that they're being harmed for about a year. So this is a lot of contact that the men that women bring into their lives can have with their male or female children. And your child can be being harmed for a year and you never know about it because most children will not tell you right away. And that's because the abuse looks different. So things like giving a child a bath, okay? Bringing men into your household, allowing them to change your children's diapers, bathe them, dress them. These are all things that pedophiles get off on. They get off on the bathing, the changing, the dressing of children. And a lot of times women are so happy for the help, especially if a man is bringing gifts. And this is something else too. A lot of times as women, we are looking for we are looking for men that get on well with our children. Me personally, I feel like if we're not getting married, then you don't need to be around my children. This is me personally. But a lot of times women are often so grateful for men that don't mind that they have kids, that will engage in what looks like healthy interactions with their kids, that they end up subjecting their kids to grooming. So, for example, a man who brings your children presents, right? On the surface, it's like, great, this guy, he's awesome, he likes me, he's bringing, my son or my daughter gifts, and we're inclined to want to let our children have the gifts. That makes us comfortable having this person around our child because they seem to be getting on with our child. They seem to have interest in our children as women, and that individual, that behavior can be grooming behavior. Am I saying that all men that are nice to your kids are grooming them? No, I'm saying that you open yourself up to this, and that is actually a warning sign. Somebody taking a great interest in your child, because bringing a child presents and exchanging gifts for sexual acts is part of the grooming process. And that could even be access to, engaging in inappropriate behavior around you. So I don't let people pick my children up. This is just me, like married or not married. I don't allow people to pick my children up. The only people that hold my children are me, their siblings, their father, and my mother. Okay. Outside of that, and I do have like female cousins and things like that, their great grandmother, people like that. But as far as men, I don't let any men pick up my children at all. In fact, when Mr. and I first met, we were having a business lunch at my home, and my little one ran in and he went to pick up my son. And I literally said, please put him down. Do not pick up my children. And everybody knows this about me because, for example, a man will put a child on their lap in your presence, and it sort of lets the child know that that contact can happen when mom is present. So then when you are not present, this interaction or more can go on. Again, it's the danger that as single mothers, we put our children into because we're looking for help with babysitting, because we're looking for, you may be looking for a sexual partner, you're trying to date. It may be easier to have sex and entertain at your home because then you don't have to worry about a babysitter. But all of these things are what have allowed the child sexual abuse rate in the Black community to skyrocket. Skyrocket. We're talking almost 70% of girls sexually abused. 1 in 5 little boys sexually abused. This is ridiculous. And most of these children are in female-led solo parent households. So as women of the Black community, we have to be willing to discuss this and tackle this head on, right? Because if we don't have this conversation honestly, then who's going to have it and who's going to protect our kids? Hi, extra little curls. Hey, I don't know, fool. So let's keep talking about it, okay? 70% of all reported sexual assaults, including assaults against adults, 70% of them are children under the age of 17. Now, we think of little kids, but this could also be an older child, right? This could be your 14, your 15, your 16-year-old. 70% of all sexual assaults are done on children. So if we count all the men, all the women, and all the male and female children who are sexually assaulted in this country, 70% of those are children that are sexually assaulted. That means that people sexually violate children more than anybody. And so we have to be hyper diligent. I know that it gets lonely, right? You want companionship. I know the burden of single motherhood is great. I know that when a man shows interest in you, he is good to your children. You want to view that as positive. I have to say that any good man will respect hypervigilance in a woman, right? Any good man is going to want a mother who is a good mother for a child, and they will respect the fact that you are hyper vigilant with your child. I would be suspicious of anybody who would expect anything less from you. It is better that you be hyper vigilant, which means that your sex life, right, your dating life, your womanly needs are going to take a back seat to the safety of our children. And I'm a mother, so this is the case for us all, right? And although a lot of times we say, yes, we understand this, clearly we don't understand this because the child sexual abuse rates in our community are very high. And most of those children are in woman-led households. So although we do a lot of head nodding as women, we aren't executing. This is not how we're collectively living our lives, or we would see a much lower rate of abuse in our community. So let's talk about the factors that make your child more likely to be sexually abused if you're a single mother. Because if you understand what those risk factors are, you can be diligent in protecting your little one. And mind you, the protection of our children kind of runs twofold because abused children often perpetrate as adults. So we can stop a lot of this cycle by protecting the little ones we have now. That will create fewer adults that will be likely to offend. And also, once our community and once Black women are known for being highly protective over our children, our community will stop being a target for predators. Because our lack of hypervigilance makes our community vulnerable. When Black women are known that we don't play when it comes to our children, that dinner, sex, acceptance by men, anything like that does not take precedent over our little ones. When that is known, then predators will stop trolling the Black community for prey. So let's talk about the things that make us vulnerable. Mika said she wishes she was protected that way. I think that is a lot of our stories. That is a lot of our stories. I wish somebody was hyper vigilant with me when I was a child. And I think if again, when almost 70% of Black women have been violated as children, I think a lot of Black women, we can speak from personal understanding, and a lot of men too, why this is necessary, why we have to have this conversation and we have to take this seriously. I know a lot of people spend time shaming us as Black women, and that's not my purpose. My purpose is I want to see us empowered and strengthened so that we can protect our little ones, right? The things that many of us suffered through are not things we want our children to suffer through. So let's talk about some of the things that make us vulnerable to having our children sexually abused so that as mothers, we can be hyper vigilant about protection. First of all, perpetrators are always looking for passive children, quiet children, children that are troubled, lonely children from single parent or broken homes. So if you've had a child out of wedlock or you have been married and been divorced, predators are looking at you. You are an easy mark and your child is their prey. Is your child passive? Is your child very friendly? Do you have a child that will hug? One of my kids, I have a lot of kids. One of my sons, he is friendly to everybody. A lot of kids are like that. very friendly children. You know, little kids don't have boundaries. They don't know that people can be dangerous. Very passive children. And this comes to us abusing our children, ladies. A lot of times as women, we can get very emotionally overwhelmed and we can scream or we can hit. I'm not saying I'm anti-spanking, but you know, just like smacking your child upside the head or pushing them. Let's have a real conversation. A lot of women engage in this behavior, screaming at them, and what you develop is a child that is very passive, right? Because they're not trying to be hit, they're not trying to be yelled at, so they become passive. But what we don't realize is what we cultivate often in our moments of frustration are children that then become vulnerable to sexual abuse. Again, I'm not trying to shame our women. I'm trying to empower us. We can have this conversation so that we can correct ourselves so we can protect our babies. Because it's not about our collective pride, right? It's about protecting them. So our feelings, our emotions, our shame in this issue have to come secondary to our protection of our children. So they're looking for passive children, quiet children, troubled children, lonely children from single parent or broken homes. They definitely like a child that is very trusting. We want to maintain our children's innocence, but the world is not a good place. So we need to teach them that every adult is not their friend. My daughters know strictly, you can say hi to men if a man speaks to you, and that's the end of the conversation. Because no little girl or little boy needs to have extensive conversations with an adult male. If that person is not their brother, not their father, then there's no conversation to be had. You need to say your niceties and you need to move along. You're not going to be buddies with our children because that is what pedophiles are looking for. They want to be the buddy of your child because that budding friendship turns into a sexual relationship. So while we are often looking for men who will be friendly to our children and get on well with our children, that is actually the same behavior that can be dangerous for your child. And let's just be real. If you're not going to be married to or cohabitating with the father of your child, who are you going to trust with your most precious possession? Your child. Our children are our most precious possessions. And once something goes wrong there, we can never take that away. So I rather have a man be uncomfortable, and we as Black women should rather have a man be uncomfortable than try to make him comfortable and leave our child open to some kind of abuse. And again, we need to take this seriously because 1 out of 5 boys is sexually molested. Almost 70% of girls are sexually molested. So we must take this seriously. That means if you are a single mother in the Black community, it is more likely than not your child will be abused if you do not get on your P's and Q's about being hyper vigilant about your babies. That's for all of us. I'm a Black mother too. We absolutely must. I don't want to keep saying that because I just want to make it like you're not going to be the exception. Most of us are going to have this danger. So we all need to be collectively moving to be careful. And that means that our priority with a man cannot take precedent over us recognizing the warning signs of abuse. So a sexual abuser of a child is going to try to establish a trusting relationship with the child before abusing them. And that extends to making you as the mother trust them too. It is essential that you trust the abuser with your child and that your child trusts them too. a lot of times when we, as women, and I am not knocking this. I understand. It is a great burden to be a single mother. But as women, a lot of times, the God's Reign says some of this abuse happens in the school too. That is correct. Yes, family and friends. Well, when we talk about shielding our children, we have to think about what are risk things. So, for example, my children are not allowed to do sleepovers. They will sleep over nobody's house. That's how many houses they're going to sleep at. None. No, you cannot have my child at your home at night. I also don't allow my children to do play dates where I'm not present. So if our children are going to play together in a house, I will be there, doors will be open, and I need to be able to walk freely around your house or vice versa. What does this mean for us? It means that, okay, I'm going to tell you guys something. This past summer, I had an offer from a family member. Okay? I had an offer from a family member to have my kids come out for the summer. This is a very close family member. And I told her no. Absolutely not. Number one, I don't know your husband like that, and I don't trust him. Number two, they have a blended family. He has sons, and I don't know his sons. My children are going nowhere without me present. That is what I mean by hypervigilant, because it's those times, it's at the sleepovers, it's when somebody's babysitting your kid while you're out at the club, or when you need to work that shift and your boyfriend's watching the child, or Uncle so-and-so is watching the child. I mean, I know a case where a grandmother got married. So grandma's husband died, grandma got remarried, and the man that she remarried was babysitting the grandkids and would give them baths. He would give the little girls baths. This is grandma's husband, right? Grandma is widowed, she remarries, and you've got, and this is a Black family, you've got Black women allowing the new grandpa to babysit the little girls, and now he's putting them in bathtubs full of water, giving them baths for his pleasure. These are the types of lack of diligence in mothers that cause children to get hurt. See, you think nothing of it because of the relation, but when I say hyper vigilant, I mean hyper vigilant. Because it's going to be the people that are close to you. It's going to be the guy you're dating. It's going to be Uncle so-and-so. It's going to be when all the cousins get together and have a sleepover at Auntie so-and-so's house. It's going to be when you just need a day to yourself, so you let your random cousin watch your kids. And it sounds like we're getting a bum rap as mothers because, gosh, don't you get a break? Can't you take a breath? Can't you do anything? What is more important, though? Every time you place your child in one of those situations, you run the risk. You don't know who's going to come through that house. You don't know what so-and-so is going to do. You don't know. That is how 70% of our little girls are getting raped, getting molested, getting touched, getting fondled, getting bathed. That is how 1 in 5 of our little boys is getting hurt. Sometimes it's so much to just need a break, to just go work that shift at work. But then the child is left vulnerable. And that is the reality of the situation. So the most important factor in child sexual abuse is your family structure. If you have 2 biological parents in the house, those children are at the least risk. If you have a step parent in the house, those children are at a higher risk. And the highest risk are single parents. How many people have heard of the man that a woman married sexually abusing the children? It happens. Pedophiles will marry you to have access to your kids. Pedophiles will marry you to have access to your children. In fact, most pedophiles are married. Children who live with a single parent that has a live-in partner are at the highest risk. You know, when you just want to cohabitate with a man who's not the father of your children are the most likely to be sexually abused. As Black women, we must recognize this. Sometimes the desire to have the presence of a man in your home can be a problem. Because when a man is not the father to your children are the most at risk. I'm not telling you guys to never get married again. I'm just saying when you are cohabitating, not married, or married to somebody who is not the father of your children are at the highest risk, either from that man or from his extended family. Then there's also your extended family to take into account. Remember, we're talking big numbers here. 70% of Black girls are molested as children under the age of 16. 1 out of every 5 Black boys is molested. These are big numbers. So it may sound like I'm trying to kill all the joy out of your lives, but we got to keep it real here. It is these dynamics that are causing these children to be hurt. And as mothers, we are the first line of defense. We are the army, okay, as mothers. The burden really falls on us as mothers. Fair or not, it is what it is. So children who live with a single parent that has a live-in partner are at the highest risk. They are 20 times more likely to be victims of child sexual abuse. 20 times more likely. You living with your boyfriend is going to lead to one of your children being harmed. As women, we have to make some hard decisions. We have to make hard decisions as to what's going to be our priority. In the Black community, our children are at twice the risk of sexual abuse than, let's say, white children. So in the Black community, as single mothers, you have to be, as Black women, we have to be hyper vigilant because our children have double the risk of being harmed over anybody else's. Twice the risk. So we have to be 4 times as crazy about protecting our children. The way some of us are ready to key up a nigga's car over him cheating, ready to tear somebody's eyes out, bleach somebody's clothes, we need to take that energy and put that into protection of our children. How many of us are willing to be that crazy over making sure our children are safe? This might mean that you don't get your mommy day during the week, right? This might mean you have to skip cable so that you don't have to take that extra shift to pay for just extra bills that you have. You might have to go TV less, right? You might have to not wear the latest clothing so that you aren't counting on random people to watch your babies. This might mean the guy that you are interested in is not spending the night over your house. He's not coming to your house. He's not about to live in your house. This might mean a very long vetting process of a man. This might mean you want him to get along with your kids, but I'm afraid you're not going to be able to give gifts to my child. Like, one too many gifts is going to be one too many problems, because that's part of the grooming process. It seems ultra strict. It seems like, oh, you're saying we can't do anything. But when we have 70% almost of little girls being abused and 1 out of 5 little boys being abused, how hyper diligent is too hyper diligent would be my question. We want to feel that a lot of these actions are over the top, but is it over the top when almost all of our kids are being sexually molested? I mean, 70% is almost all of them. I mean, we realize that, right? That's like almost all of the Black children. Almost all of the Black little girls are getting molested. This is just what is reported. We're not even talking about who's not reporting. If 1 in 5 little boys in the Black community is being molested, then can we really ever be too over the top in our protection and in our willingness to self-sacrifice as mothers to protect our babies? Literally, I strongly feel this. I feel that it is the single mother in the Black community. It is our collective of mothers in the Black community who can help to greatly diminish child sexual abuse. We have the power to really change the face of this thing. Now, I'm not placing the blame on the abuse on the mother. No, the person who abuses the child is responsible for their own actions. But I am placing the weight of protection on the mother. We as mothers, it is our responsibility to do everything in our power to protect our child, even if that means sacrificing our own desires and our own wants and our own needs for our children. That may mean you go to bed alone every single night, because having your man sleep in your house and wake up and wander your house freely could end up in your daughter or son being harmed. Right? That may mean Uncle so-and-so, who's always on board to keep our kids, we may just not get that girl's night out because Uncle so-and-so or whoever he has in his home might harm our child. Auntie so-and-so's boyfriend might fondle our child. So Auntie so-and-so is not going to get to babysit. Because you don't know her man like that. You don't know her son like that. You don't know these people to trust them with your most prized possession, which is your offspring. Our children are our most valuable things. They are our most valuable asset. They are the most important thing. Our children are more important than you. You are secondary to your child. I am secondary to my children. I know that that's not the common rhetoric, right? Everybody's like, well, you need a happy mom, to have a happy child. If you got to take care of yourself first to take care of somebody else. No, it's all this taking care of ourselves first that has our child sexual abuse rates in the Black community so high. I think we've pretty much got taking care of ourselves down to a science. Now let's take care of our babies. Let's do that collectively. Let's make take care of your child first the motto, not take care of yourself first. Let's flip that narrative. Take care of your child first. Let that be my slogan and your slogan too. I know that's not what society tells us. Society says take care of you so you can take care of them. But while you're busy taking care of you, 70% of our babies are being fondled, molested, raped. So when do we start to realize the taking care of us narrative is not working? No, Mr. Muhammad, I didn't. It should be a priority for fathers too. I agree. But like I was saying earlier, the thing is that the most vulnerable population is the mother with the child in her home. The fathers can be as vigilant as they can be, but the thing is, at the end of the day, as with everything, when you have a child in your home, all of the hard work is your work. No matter how active a father is, if he's not living in the home with you and your child, the burden of everything falls to the woman. It's not right and it should not be that way, but that just is what it is. But yes, fathers definitely need to speak up. Let a woman know that you're not comfortable with her bringing men around your children. But again, the women have to have their heads on straight. Because just like when our babies get sick, if you're the only parent in the home, who's got to take care of that sick child? Who's got to make sure that they eat every single day? Go down, make their meals, make sure they're bathed and clothed. No matter how active a father is, if he is not in the home, the real work falls to the parent who's in the home. Which is why I'm addressing the mothers. Because we are who is in the home. And this is what we talk about. If the mother is working 1 or 2 jobs, who's supposed to protect the children then? These are questions that are valid questions, right? We have to remember as women, and this is why I don't promote promiscuity in women, that sex feels really good and that's all fine and dandy, but children are a huge responsibility. I'm not pro-abortion, so I'm not going to tell a woman to kill her own child. But what I will say is this. The burden of raising another human being is so great that we should be teaching our daughters to protect their bodies and not to give their bodies to any man who is not their husband. So that they are not put in a position where they have a child and they are working 2 jobs and that child has to be cared for by somebody who might harm them. This is why I'm for very traditional structures where the woman is a stay-at-home mom, where she homeschools and the father works. That is the ideal situation for children. But you know, we're fallen, we do stuff, we make mistakes, we work with what we have to work with, but we must do the best in what we can do. If you are poor, your child is 3 times more likely to be sexually abused. That goes to the woman working 2 jobs, right? I don't know why, Mr. Marrying Man, but you know what? Sometimes you can date a person for long enough that you feel you can leave your child with them. Sometimes you really need to get something done, and this person that you feel you can trust is like, I'll take care of your son or your daughter, and you do it. But it's those openings that predators are looking for. They're looking for your desperation, which is why to speak to the mother that's working 2 jobs that somebody brought up, that's why somebody that has to work 2 jobs because they are just that poor, that's why their children are 3 times more likely to be sexually abused. That is exactly why. As a child, I was latchkey. I was allowed to answer the phone and I would say, my mother is not available right now, and I hung up, but nobody kept me. I'm not advising you do that with your children. I'm just saying that nobody was abusing me because nobody kept me. Now, my mom worked for IBM, so we were not poor, but that's just how she chose to do it. Also, if your child has a disability, if you have a child that is autistic or developmentally disabled or physically disabled, your child is more likely to be sexually abused. Let's talk about who we have to be worried about. Who, as women, we should be looking out for, right? Who do we need to red flag in our minds when we're talking about people abusing our children as single mothers? Most abusers are men. Now, don't get upset, men. I'm not trying to say you guys are all abusers. The fact of the matter is, though, that most sexual abusers are men. Normally, they're going to be respected members of the community. They're not going to be anybody that you would suspect would be abusing a child. These people are going to be looking for opportunities to have access to children. They might be volunteering at places. They may go out of their way to help with children. This will be the person always trying to take pictures of kids, always offering to help at the party, always offering to take your kid to the pool. I had one of my neighbors say, and I've had this actually happen with several neighbors. Oh, your kids can come and swim in our pool. We're going to have a pool party, or we're going to the pool. Do you want us to take your girls? No, I don't. In fact, I'm suspicious. You even asked me. In fact, I have a neighbor, y'all. Let me tell you, I am really a mama bear. I have a neighbor. He has 2 giant dogs. I don't know what kind of dogs they are, but the dogs are the size of like a 2-year-old child. They're huge. And he walks them. And I had to tell my kids to not approach him to pet the dogs or talk to him, because he would walk the dogs and then he would try to, like with the neighborhood kids, because there's a lot of kids in my neighborhood, in my cul-de-sac, and he doesn't even live in our cul-de-sac, y'all. He lives in the next cul-de-sac, but he would bring his big old dogs over here to the cul-de-sac full of children, and all the children would run over and pet the dogs and talk to him, and 5 and 10 minutes would be going by and this man would just be talking to kids. And I told my kids, don't talk to him. I am suspicious that he keeps coming over here with these freaking dogs. This is a big neighborhood. We have a lot of areas to walk your dog. Why are you coming into our cul-de-sac from your cul-de-sac with these dogs all the time, chopping it up with these little 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old kids for 5 and 10 minutes? You don't have that much conversation for a child. In my mind, he's already convicted as a pedophile. Like, leave our cul-de-sac. My kids cannot talk to him. He was walking his dogs back in, because you guys, anybody who's been to my vlog channel, you know that in back of the homes where I live, there is a wooded area. It's just trees, right? Wild trees. He has a habit of walking his dog, because none of this is gated, behind the houses. Oh, I literally threw a flippin' fit. Because I have a 3-story house, and on the back side of my house at ground level are children's bedrooms. If you don't take these funky ass dogs and go walk them somewhere else. I mean, that is what I mean about hypervigilance. See, weird stuff like that. People who have, like, what conversation do you have as a grown man with a child for 10 minutes? You want to give out presents. You want to bring puppies. You know what I'm saying? I'm suspicious of people like that. I told you guys, I don't even let people pick up my kids. You don't touch my children. Don't even look at my children too long. You guys think I'm kidding, but people who know me know that I'm not joking. I start to treat people funny. If I see you staring at my child, I will call you out. Why are you looking at her like that? Do you need something? I will call you out openly. People are uncomfortable. I'm telling you, my mother, before she passed, her boyfriend didn't even like for us to be over there. He said, Irene is too weird about the kids. You can't do anything with those kids. People don't even want to talk to my kids. I have men out here in this world. They know not to even speak to my daughters. Don't even, you better nod, say hi, and keep it flipping moving. Okay? Save your conversation for an adult. That is what I mean about hypervigilant. I had a soccer, one of my boys did soccer, and the coach wanted to be able to drive him to soccer practice to take the burden off of me. Word? Really? I'll just be burdened, okay? This will just be my burden. I gave birth to him. I'll just be burdened, okay? Because then the soccer coach will be molesting your little boy. This is what I mean about hypervigilance. Because it's easy to want to look for help as a single mother, but you know what? Sometimes you're just going to have to do it the hard way. It's either that or have somebody playing with your little kid. Which one are you going to pick? And that's the decision that we have to make. Right, Mika? Adult men don't need to be in children's faces. I will go smooth the hell off. I really will. I am looking for it. I'm looking for somebody to be inappropriate. And I talk to my kids about this too. I let my daughters know, you got no conversation for adult men. Say hello, keep it moving. My kids know I don't trust anybody with you. Absolutely not. And that goes for children too. When children are playing in your home, have them leave the doors open. Be checking on them. An abused child will teach. I mean, how many of us as little kids had little kids do little nasty stuff to us because some adult taught them that? We have to be hypervigilant. So a pedophile is most likely going to be a man. He's most likely going to be upstanding. He's going to be at the school. He's going to be at the kids' social clubs, the YMCA. He's going to be at the church, y'all. He's going to be at the church. I don't even let my kids, now y'all are going to think I'm crazy. You know how sometimes they separate the children for Sunday school? Well, my kids won't be there unless I'm the Sunday school teacher. My kids will sit right in adult Sunday school. They'll sit right through the service. No, thank you, ma'am. No, thank you, sir. I will not be letting you take my kids. In fact, the churches I like the best, I know of one church where they're like, you keep your kids with you. We're not taking your kids anywhere. That's my kind of church, okay? If you go to church, don't think that these people will not molest your child in the church. These churches these days are wicked as hell. These people are anything but Christian up in the church. Solely in the church to prey on children because they know you're going to send your kid off to Sunday school or off to the nursery. You're praying at the altar and they carry your baby off to the nursery so you can get close to God. Nope. They can come to the altar with me. Even in the churches. They're going to likely be somebody you know. These are going to be your friends. Like I said, church members, the soccer coach, Uncle so-and-so, Auntie so-and-so's boyfriend, your cousin. Somebody that you know, ladies, are going to be the ones to try to put their hands on your kids. So you knowing a person doesn't make them okay. You knowing a person makes them a suspect. I suspect everybody. I don't trust none of y'all. Nobody. I don't trust you. I have offended a lot of people because I don't trust you. I've had some people say, you don't trust me? No, fool, I don't trust you. With a whole person that I gave birth to, I wish I would. This baby didn't break open my matrix so that you can do something funny with my child. I don't trust any of you guys. Nobody. I trust no one. You won't give somebody your credit card and the pin to your bank account and free reign with your money, but you'll give them a whole human being? That is the part where I mean we have to be hyper vigilant as women. So the first thing that somebody who wants to abuse our children is going to do is he's going to buddy up to you and your family. He wants you to like him. He wants you to trust him. The goal is to get access to your children. If you trust him, if you think he loves you, if you think Uncle so-and-so is so great, Auntie so-and-so, what was that? What was that one? What was he, a football player or something? I don't know. His girlfriend's cousin or niece was over spending the night at their house and he was having sex with a little 13-year-old girl. See, it's those kinds of games we play. You trust your cousin, but your cousin's boyfriend, you don't know him. So you know what? I guess she won't be watching your kid. They will tend to make inappropriate comments and they will engage in inappropriate touching. That's why I said, don't let people touch your kids. Don't let people pick up your kids. Do not put your arm on my child's shoulder. Do not touch my child's hand. Look, there is what is called personal space. You better stay an arm's length away from my child. Okay? Don't enter my child's personal space for any reason. I am serious. I teach my children about personal space. Look, you put your arm out. That's about how far anybody needs to be from you. If I see somebody invading my child's personal space, leaning over them, excuse me, I need you to back up. Because it's not enough. Your child needs to know that that person doesn't belong in their space, and that person needs to know that you're watching them. Now, you could be wrong and they could be harmless, but if you are right and they are a person that wants to hurt your child, they're going to move on to the next woman's child because they're going to recognize you're not playing with them today. Your child's not going to be easy target because you're the kind of mom where they're not even going to be able to get in proximity of your child. That will deter a predator. So they like to engage in a lot of touching. Pick the child up, sit the child on their lap, lean over the child, help the child do stuff. They want to push their kid on the swing because you get contact with a little kid's butt. No, I don't need you to do anything. Wow. Snapzilla said, when I was 10, the 12-year-old neighbor girl took my virginity. A year later, I found out she had a baby by a grown man and was living with him. Exactly. A 12-year-old took his virginity. And that happens. That's why I said we got to watch little kids too, because we think all children are innocent, but everybody's parent is not protecting their child. And these children will molest your child too. Because somebody has violated them and they will pass on that violation. I had a little girl tell me once, we were little, there were two little girls. I won't say her name, but she was being abused, and her little friend came to my house talking about they wanted us all to lay on top of each other and rub until we felt the tingle. Where does a little kid, how old were we? We might have been 8 or 9. We were little. But see, that won't go on in your household if you don't let children be alone in rooms together. Sometimes we want to just take a flipping break and don't want to have an eye on our kid, and then you'll have people laying on top of your kid, rubbing on them till they feel the tingle in the bedroom while you're watching Real Housewives of Atlanta. We cannot let this stuff go on. As mothers, we have to, you know what? You know when I take my me time? Let me be real with you guys. I take my me time when my children go to bed. That is my time to do my pampering. That is my time to do my relaxation. When those kids are asleep, I worry about me. That means I get less sleep than everybody else in this house. But y'all, I am old as dirt, and you guys can see I still look very young. It has not been any worse on my body to put myself to the side because I need to have all eyes on these little ones. I don't know what's going on. I need to watch them. I need to be everywhere. People know that I am nosy. I'm going through rooms. I'm looking through things. You know, my children are homeschooled. I go into the chat where the kids are talking. I'll bust in on the class. I'm paying attention. We have to all do that for our children. It's necessary. As mothers, we must do that. Hassan said, my daughters were never sitting on anyone's lap when they were little, let alone mine. And I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with it. And you know what else I don't like? Don't straddle any child. You'll have little girl children, people picking them up and straddling the little girl on their leg. Why is your leg in between her thighs? If you were going to pick up a little girl, they sit sideways, they sit away from your crotch. Just period. The only person that is holding my child in close proximity to them is me, the person whose womb they came out of. Otherwise, we need to have some rules and regulations for this. People have to learn to keep their hands to themselves. You have to be watching for stuff like that. You have somebody pick up your daughter or your son on their lap. You have somebody sitting your little girl on their knee so that one side of her leg is on one side of their leg and one side of her other leg is on the other side of their leg, like she's riding a pony. You better check that. These are the little things as mothers that we often miss. But this is what I mean about hyperdiligence. The burden of the Black single mother is the protection of our children. Because we have 70, like I said, almost 70% of our girls out here getting molested. 1 in 5 of our boys out here getting molested, and most of them are coming from single parent homes that are female led. So we're not picking on the mothers, but you know what? We birthed these babies into the world, ladies. Nobody should be more invested in their protection than us. We shared our bodies with our children. These babies came from our wombs. Nobody should be going as hardcore to protect them as we do. Being a mother is a huge job, not to diminish fatherhood in any sort of way, but motherhood and fatherhood are two totally different things. "35% of child molesters will threaten your child with violence." In my home, we have a thing. Okay, so this is something I advise you guys. In my home, we have a rule. In my home, we have a rule. The God's reign, I agree that the burden falls on both parents. But when we're talking a single mother household, at the end of the day, the burden of everything to do with the child is going to fall hardest on the parent that is with the child all the time. Fathers are responsible too, but we cannot pretend like the greater amount of work doesn't have to come from the parent that is with the child all the time. It may not be fair, but that is how it is. But I agree with you. Yes, fathers, get involved. Some man make up a, one of you men go do a live on what fathers need to do to protect their children. I'm a mother, so I'm speaking to other mothers. Okay? I'm telling you from a woman's perspective, woman to woman, we're having this conversation as women about what we're about to do so that we can get these sexual abuse rates down in our community, about what we're about to do to protect these children that came out of our wombs. If nobody else protects them, you know who's going to protect them? We as mothers, we should be about that. Yeah, definitely, God's reign. We're on the same page. So I tell my kids, in my house, we have a rule. In fact, hold on one second. So you guys know that I'm serious. Elizabeth, come here, baby. Not you. Okay. So this is Elizabeth. Elizabeth, say hi.
Hi.
How old are you, baby girl?
11.
So what is the rule about secrets in our house?
No secrets.
Can you say that nice and loud?
No secrets.
There are no secrets. Is that the rule?
Yeah.
Does everybody agree with that?
Unless it's a birthday.
No secrets for birthdays either. That's my 4-year-old. He doesn't know better. That's why he really can't do anything. What about you, baby girl? What is the rule about secrets?
We can't have any secrets against you? Well,
No secrets at all. If somebody asks you to keep a secret, what did I tell you? Can you trust people that ask you to keep secrets?
No. Nope.
You guys hear my children? Get out of my room, you guys. Go ahead. Y'all, I don't play. We don't do surprises. Okay, I don't need a surprise for anything. There are 0 secrets. Not for a surprise, not for a gift. I told my children, adults will ask you to keep secrets, and then once they get you comfortable with keeping secrets, they will start doing bad things to you, and they'll have you keep those bad things secrets too. So there are just no secrets. And do you know what that means? That means my kids bust me out all the time, y'all, because I don't have them keep secrets either. So my kids are the kids who will say some stuff and I'll be like, oh my gosh, I did not want anybody to know that. But I would rather have them embarrass me every now and again than have them thinking that it's okay to keep a secret and some disgusting pervert use the fact that I allow secrets in my home to against my children so that they are keeping a secret of somebody harming them. There are no secrets in my home. There are no surprises in my home. Now, y'all might think that's a very boring home. Nobody can have a surprise party, but you know what? A surprise party requires secrets. So we will have no surprise parties here because I don't want to be surprised by somebody having raped one of my kids. So we just have a no secret policy, 0 secrets. And if somebody tells you to keep a secret, that's not a person you can trust. That is what I teach my children. The minute an adult tells you to keep a secret, the minute somebody wants you to keep a secret, do not trust them. Because today it'll be a secret about a piece of candy. Tomorrow it'll be a secret that they touched you. So we don't keep any secrets because bad people use secrets to hurt children. That is what I tell my kids. And as their mother, I don't ask them to keep my secrets either. So if I don't want my kids speaking on my business, I don't make them a part of my business because I won't even have them keep a secret for me. It is no secrets across the board around here. And this is what I mean of being about hyper diligent about protecting our children. Now you heard my 4-year-old say, well, unless it's a birthday party, and I corrected him real quick. And then you heard my older children say absolutely no secrets. And if I pulled some of my adult children in here, because you guys know I have children that are in their 20s. If I pulled my 24-year-old son, he would say the same thing. If I pulled my adult children in the room, they're not all here. But if I could, they would tell you they grew up the same way. There are no secrets. We don't do that. And you better tell me if somebody tells you to keep a secret. I always let my kids know, if somebody tells you you're going to get in trouble, if you tell me something, you tell me anyway, because that person's going to get in trouble. You let mom know everything, because I will protect you. I don't care what anybody says. They will be the one in trouble, not you. They will be the one in trouble, not you. But we have to have those conversations as parents. As mothers, you guys know I was married once. I was a single mother. I got divorced. I was a single mother. I wanted to date too. I wanted to do stuff too, but y'all, I had to be careful. I had people highly offended that they could not come to my house. I don't need you at my house. You don't need to be at my house. My house is for me and my children. It's not for you. I don't know you like that. 81% of child sexual abuse occurs between an adult and a child between 6 and 11 years old. Also, most abuse is going to occur at somebody's house. Okay? 84% of child sexual abuse occurs in somebody's home. That's why I really harp on, I know it can happen at schools, at the Boys and Girls Club and all that, but most sexual abuse occurs in people's homes. That's why I'm talking about letting your kids stay over people's houses, sending your kids for play dates, bringing people into your home. 84% of abuse occurs in somebody's home. It could be your home, it could be your family member's home, it could be your child's friend's home, but that is where the abuse is most likely to occur. So we need to have our eyes peeled nice and wide whenever our child is in a house. We need to be on that. You're over your girlfriend's house, the kids are playing together, there are a few adults there, whatever. You need to be getting up from your drink and your conversation every 5 or 10 minutes and knowing where your child is. Walk through that house. See what your child is doing. Because while you're having a good time, somebody could be fondling your baby. I can't tell people how to raise their kids, but I would strongly advise you do not let your children do sleepovers or play dates. My children have never had a sleepover, none of them. Because I don't trust y'all. I don't trust anybody. I absolutely don't. And you should not either. You shouldn't trust anybody, not with 70% of little girls getting abused. It's 68%, but heck, that's 70% of girls getting abused in the Black community. You really can't trust anybody, okay? We don't have the room. One in 5 little boys in the Black community getting sexually abused. We don't have the space to trust anybody. We need to be suspecting everybody. We need to be really suspicious. This should be neighborhood watch out here. We are watching you. Black mothers are watching y'all, okay? We collectively have our eyeballs on you. And we collectively don't trust you. There are even some times of day that it's more likely. Sexual assaults on children are most likely to occur in the morning, the early morning hours, in the afternoon, and between 3 and 4 p.m. When we're talking about older children between the age of 12 to 17, we see those children getting abused in the evening more. That makes sense, right? Because older kids, we tend to give them a little more freedom, which means that people have more access to them in the evening hours. Younger children tend to get abused during the early morning and the afternoon time. This is all stuff that we need to know as mothers. Let's talk about how you can tell if your child is being abused. Tone Watts? Paranoid? Okay, I'll be paranoid. I don't care. But Tone Watts, just put him on a timeout. Let's just do that. He doesn't have to get blocked, but we'll put him on a timeout. Take a breather, Tone Watts. This is not bash black women time. That's not what we're here for. We're here empowering each other with information so that we can protect our babies, just period. And as far as paranoid, I am paranoid, okay? Like I said, I am hyper vigilant. Hyper means overly vigilant. So that my children don't become part of that 70%. Just period. It's either I'm going to be hyper vigilant or my children can likely become part of that 70%, which means that most of our children will be abused, which means that we need to be on top of this. You can't be paranoid enough. Let me just throw that out there. You can't do enough. When we're looking to see if our children have possibly been abused, because we should be having regular conversations. By regular, I mean bring it up a couple times a month. Constantly remind your child what they need to be looking for and that you are a safe person for them to come to because you will protect them. I have that conversation randomly with my kids all the time because I need them to remember. I don't need you to ever forget. Because a pedophile is diligent in their grooming of your children, so you have to be diligent in letting them know that you will see a pedophile in jail for them, that you will go to bat for them, that you will believe them, and that you are here to protect them, so they come to you for protection. That nothing is ever their fault. We were having a conversation over on Taz Exclusives channel, and you actually had some idiot over there talking about the child bears some sort of responsibility in molestation. Well, gosh, if they bear responsibility in molestation, the molester is telling them that too, that they're going to get in trouble. You would be crazy to let your child think that if somebody is harming them, you're going to hold them responsible. Let them know it will never be their fault, but you will always protect them. This is when people who don't have kids should stay the heck out of these conversations, because people come and they say some crazy things sometimes. If your child is being depressed, anxious, if your child starts to exhibit a lot of anger, if they don't want to do the things that they normally do, if they show an aversion to certain people, if they start self-harming in some way, banging their head, or harming themselves in any other way, if they are having nightmares, if you see anything off about your babies, ladies, we have to tune into that. If a child of mine even is looking funny, I will call them in and we're going to talk about why you have a funny look on your face. I need to know. If you're crying about something, I need to know. If you seem to have an attitude about something, we need to talk. I may not feel like talking to you. You know, as mothers, we get tired. Sometimes you don't want to deal with it. But you know what? I still got to find out. I need to know. Because I don't want the time to be that I didn't ask to be the time that I really needed to ask the question. Let's talk about teen pregnancy. There is a correlation between teen pregnancy and child sexual abuse. And actually, a brother and I think it was Snapzilla, he spoke to that. A teenager who got pregnant by an adult. That child was obviously being sexually molested. Where we see a teen mother, we often see a young girl who has been molested. There is a correlation. So a lot of these issues that we talk about in the Black community can be solved by simply protecting our children initially. Will really curve a lot of the issues that we have in our community. Also, over-sexualized behavior is common for children of sexual abuse. So, you know, y'all, I don't watch TV or anything, but I know a lot of parents probably do things like watch BET. Is BET even on television anymore? Like music videos and stuff like that. A lot of times we'll watch these music videos with our kids, and we think it's cute when our little girls dance like adult women. We think it's cute when our little girls have their little hands on their hip and they're twerking or doing whatever little dances adults do. We think that's cute, but you are helping your child to be sexual, and you are making your child a target. The grooming process is going to go very easy for your little girl or your little boy if you're out here letting them watch adult things and act like little adults. You think it's cute that your little girl can imitate Beyonce. You think it's cute when your little girl can twerk, or when she's got her hands on her hip. Or I saw a picture of two little girls taking a picture, and in the picture, the little girls had their butts facing the camera and they were looking over their shoulders. They were looking back at it in the picture. I said, what kind of picture? Whose mother allowed these little girls to take a picture where their butts are facing the camera and they are looking over their shoulders? I don't need to see your butt. If you don't take this picture straight on, I wish one of my daughters would put her hands on her hip. Girl, you don't have any hips. You are a whole child out here. You better drop your hand. You better drop your hand and cross your ankles and act like you're a child around here. The only kind of dancing I want to see a little child to do are little funny dances they make up. I don't never want to see a child doing something I can see in a rap video. If your child is rap video dancing, then you need to put a stop to that. Because the person that wants your child to be hypersexual will not have a long way to go if your child already knows how to shake their butt and dance like a grown woman. Right, Slim Duncan. Exactly. Heck, even if I want to listen to some ratchet music, I will put it on my headphones, okay? The only music I play in my house are freaking educational songs like the solar system, the water cycle, educational songs, or church music. You know what? We are not listening to anything else up in here. If I want to listen to any other kind of music, I will put it on my headphones. I don't have a television in my house, but if I want to watch something inappropriate, I could do that by myself. But don't expose your children to this, because then it won't be a long leap for a pedophile to get them to take that behavior a step further. To get them to take that behavior a step further. In the Black community, we think it's cute to tell little boys, oh, this is your girlfriend, you know, give so-and-so a kiss. Oh, we think that's cute until somebody exploits that and then is raping your little boy. So I'm not going to keep on with this. I'm going to end it there. Right, Slim Duncan, I don't feel comfortable with it around my kids either. I don't even want them observing that. But this is just all food for thought, you know? This starts off our series on sex. So this time we dealt with probably the most sensitive issue, which is single mother sexuality and how that attaches to child sexual abuse. Again, not to drag our mothers, but because we as women have to be able to talk about this. We as a community have to be able to talk about this so that we can position ourselves to protect our children better than we are, because we are not doing a good job at it right now. Let's just keep it real. We collectively are not succeeding at protecting our children, so we must do better. So we have to have these conversations honestly and without attacking people, but by arming them with the knowledge and the self-assurance that they need to know that you're not the only one that is going through this. You're not alone in this fight, but you must fight the fight. That is essential. The next conversation that I want to have is on pornography. And I want to talk about the origins of pornography and us embracing a European standard of sexuality. I think that will be an interesting discussion. But I hope that you guys felt that I approached this discussion with sensitivity. I appreciate you guys participating and like sharing how you parent and all of that, because I think that will be helpful to all of us to bounce ideas off of each other. And I hope that collectively we can learn from this and that our community really can do better. Do share this video. I rarely ask that we share things, but if you don't at least share my video, at least have this conversation with mothers that you know. Because if we don't talk about this amongst ourselves, then we will not be able to tackle this issue. We must do a better job at protecting our babies. We have to. We are not succeeding at that. We are failing at protecting our children, and we have to do better. They are the future of our community. If we don't protect them, then we are destroying our community from the cradle. So yeah, with that said, I am going to go. As far as sources, Tone, I always put sources in the description box. So in the next, few minutes to an hour, you guys will see my sources in the description box for some of this information, and also just for your perusal so that you can know what to look for so that you can be protective of your little ones, right? I think that that's very important. So with that said, I will talk to you guys later. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 U.S.C. 107. Okay, you guys, before this video gets started, I just want to lay out a blueprint of exactly what you will hear here. I am making the argument that there is a direct correlation between homosexuality and child molestation, that the studies that show that there is not a direct correlation are able to do so because when a homosexual individual or an adult attacks and rapes or molests a child of the same sex, they are not considered homosexual, they are considered pedophiles. And so because they make this distinction, you will have homosexual people that are molesting same-sex children, but they are not being counted as homosexual pedophiles. They are being counted as pedophiles, period. Now, sometimes they're categorized as pedophiles with who have homosexual tendencies in their orientation towards children, but they still do not get considered to be strictly homosexual, and that way they are able to skew the numbers deceptively. Why do I think this is important? Not to attack anybody in the LGBTQI community. I think this is important because
Of reported cases, about 50% of men who are homosexual, report having been molested by other men as children. That's in comparison to about 7% of the heterosexual population. That's a huge difference. Even in the most conservative study I could find, at Harvard, 40% of pedophiles orient homosexually toward children. 40%. When homosexuals make up, the LGBTQAI community makes up 4% or less of all people in the United States. How is it that they make up 40% of individuals molesting children? In other studies, it shows that the rate of homosexuals or adults who homosexually orient towards children is double that of heterosexual child molestation per capita, meaning in proportion to the number of homosexuals that are in the community versus how much they offend against children of the same gender. And so it's for those reasons, no matter how you orient yourself, that we should all be concerned that there is honest reporting with this data. That if an individual molests a child of their same sex, that this be considered a homosexual molesting a child. And that we not stick them in a separate category with all other pedophiles in order to skew the numbers to support an agenda. Because that does not protect children. It does not protect children. Now, this is when being politically correct goes too far. When you start categorizing people to support an agenda and not categorizing them in a way that supports protecting children. Because if we are seeing these high rates of same-sex pedophilia, then that would allow us, if we were honest about the data, to be more protective of children. And not to demonize anybody, but to be realistic in our behaviors and have them on par with what is actually going on. And with that said, let's get into the video.
Hello you guys, this is Irene, and I'm going to be discussing a rather sensitive subject regarding pedophilia and the prevalence of pedophiles that are homosexual. I know that the common rhetoric is that there is no attachment between homosexuality and pedophilia, but I want to point at a few studies that discuss this issue in greater depth and speak on why I feel it is necessary for us to have some intellectual honesty and transparency with regard to this dialogue in the spirit of protecting children. And I was sort of prompted to do this talk with you guys based on the historical information I got when researching India Moore, a prominent transgender individual that is being upheld, I believe, was the first transgender to be put on Elle magazine, stars in a television show, was sort of pushed before us in Calvin Klein ads and on television as a very passable transgender individual. And what was heartbreaking about India Moore's story is that India Moore was removed from his home. One of his foster parents was a transgender who was a man who believed himself to be a woman. That man gave India Moore hormones at a young age and then withdrew giving those hormones to India Moore. And India Moore was positioned where essentially he was sexually trafficked to adult homosexual men and raped multiple times. And so here we have this victimized individual now being held up as part of a protected community instead of being treated for the very real trauma that occurred in their life. And I think a lot of this comes from even the ability to place a child in a home with somebody who doesn't identify with their birth gender really opens up a conversation about, are homosexuals more prone to sexually abusing children? So again, I'm going to be citing some research studies here. I'm sure that these studies will come up for debate amongst different people. This is not to attack any particular community, but this is to engage in an honest dialogue. And I think regardless of how you identify yourself, be it male or female, regardless of whether you identify yourself as straight or homosexual, if you are a person with a heart and who has a heart for children, then the goal should be to have honest conversations about these issues in protection of children, and not to take anything that's discussed here as a personal attack. So with that said, let's get into the research. So Freund and Watson did a paper that is unlike anything that we see today. And that was a paper that specifically looked at the proportions of heterosexual and homosexual pedophiles amongst sex offenders against children. And it was an exploratory study that looked at homosexuality and predatory behavior toward children versus heterosexuality and predatory behavior toward children. And it's important to note that the study did this using the idea of per capita. So when we think about the homosexual community, we have to recognize that we're speaking about 4% of the population, a very small percentage of the population. And that it's very hard to have honest studies regarding homosexuality because the studies are often squashed. So I'll use a very vulnerable study, the Brown study that came out within the past year, where they said that exposure to homosexual rhetoric, homosexual promotion, and things like that influenced children's identifying as homosexual or not, and that often those identifications were not long held in children. Now, Brown was obviously attacked for this study. People tried to poke a million holes of it, and they were basically bullied into pulling the study, because obviously what we don't want to have in a society that is promoting homosexuality as an ideology that is normal, what we don't want to have happen is for it to be said that if you expose children and teach them that this is okay, that they are more likely to want to experiment in something that they would not have been inclined to experiment with if they had not been exposed to it as children. So with that said, this study, and I'm just going to go over the abstract of this study, and I'm going to go ahead and link where you can read the full study, goes a little something like this, and I'm going to be referencing my notes. Previous investigations have indicated that the ratio of sex offenders against female children versus offenders against male children is approximately 2-1, while the ratio of genophiles to androphiles among the general population is approximately 20-1. The present study investigated whether the etiology of preferred partner sex among pedophiles is related to the etiology of preferred partner sex amongst males preferring adult partners. Using phallometric test sensitivities to calculate the proportion of true pedophiles among various groups of sex offenders against children, and taking into consideration previous reported mean numbers of victims per offender group, the ratio of heterosexual to homosexual pedophiles was calculated to be approximately 11-1. This suggests that the resulting proportion of true pedophiles among persons with a homosexual erotic development is greater than that in persons who develop heterosexually. Okay, so taking a look at that particular study, they did find a significant difference in pedophilic behavior of homosexuals than heterosexuals. Now, this is a study that would never be able to survive in today's climate, and that is because of a distinction that is made when people offend against children. And I think we really need to dispense with this ideology. And so that is that when a person of the same sex sexually abuses a child, that abuse is not considered pedophilic, is not considered homosexual in nature. So for example, if a man rapes a male child, that is not considered homosexual in nature. Ergo, it is easy to say at that point that homosexuals are not offending against children more. So when you combine the idea that a man or a woman who sexually offends against a child that is of the same sex is not considered to be homosexual pedophilia in nature, with the fact that a high proportion of homosexuals 40 to 60%, depending on the studies that you choose to believe, identify as having been molested by same-sex persons as children. And I harken back to the India Moore situation. When we have these studies, but then we still reach the conclusion that homosexuals do not have a higher propensity to molest children, I think that what we end up with are false statistics. And I'm going to support this with a very liberal study that was done at Harvard. And in the Harvard study, they tried to kind of attack the beast from both sides. Consensus now exists that pedophilia is a distinct sexual orientation. And I think by making pedophilia a distinct sexual orientation, what that means is if there is homosexual pedophilia, it will not fall under homosexuality. It would fall under pedophilia. And that greatly skews the numbers because they are calling pedophilia distinctive regardless of whether or not that child abuse is directed toward a member of the same sex. Not something that develops in someone who is homosexual or heterosexual. Some people with pedophilic urges are also attracted to adults and may act only on the latter urges. Because people with pedophilic urges tend to be attracted to children of a particular gender, they are sometimes described in the literature as heterosexual, homosexual, or bisexual pedophiles. And I would say that to me, bisexual and homosexual are the same thing. Now, this is where the study gets interesting. Roughly 9 to 40% of pedophiles are homosexual in their orientation toward children. Roughly 9 to 40%. That is a huge gap. But when you take into consideration that homosexuals are only 4% of the population, whether it be 9% or whether it be 40%, that is a huge percentage per capita. And so again, even in the most liberal studies, a connection can be made between same-sex orientation and pedophilia. However, the common rhetoric of the time speaks differently, and I find it shocking that in a liberal paper, they would still push the propaganda that you cannot make the connection because pedophiles can be homosexual or bisexual or heterosexual in nature, but they cannot be considered homosexual in the same breath in a separate category with their orientation toward adults because pedophilia is its own sexual category. And so these are the mental games that are being played in defense of the LGBTQAI community. If this community was truly as normal as they claim, what I would hope is that they would promote corrective action and acknowledge the same way we have to acknowledge that homosexuals have higher rates of committing suicide, higher rates of low self-esteem, higher promiscuity rates, higher STD rates. We would have to acknowledge the fact that a great deal of pedophiles, especially when taken into consideration the proportionality of homosexuals in the general population, that means that most pedophiles per capita are homosexual in nature. And this is even looking at the most liberal studies. Now, again, this liberal study backs down after they say up to 40% of pedophiles are homosexual in their orientation towards children. They then double back and say, but it is not the same as saying they are homosexual. Homosexual adults are no more likely than heterosexuals to abuse children. This is the world we live in. You know, I took a very conservative study that most people would bash that said there was a direct correlation to the tune of almost double of homosexuals being likely to molest children. And that stat is near matched in a liberal study with 40% of people having directionality toward children when they are molesting them that is homosexual in nature. That's pretty on par with the conservative study. But in the liberal study, since they don't consider those people to be homosexual, they are able to then put forth other studies that say that homosexuals are no more likely to molest children than heterosexuals. And we have to question an agenda that is dishonest to that degree. And that's what I would say. I would say, take a look at these studies, do some research on some additional studies, and recognize that the numbers are heavily skewed. They're heavily skewed because although homosexual molestation is taking place, these people are not being categorized as homosexuals. They're being categorized as pedophiles. And that is why we have social scientists and such able to justify their claims that homosexuals are no more likely to molest a child than heterosexuals. That is why we can look at a population of homosexuals that overwhelmingly is molested by same-sex individuals as children and say that that is not due to homosexual actions, but that is due to pedophilic actions. I say the two things can coexist in the same time and space. You speak in the comments about what you believe regarding these studies and the others that I'll be listing in the description box. And with that said, I'll talk to you guys later.
The babies, the future, the black babies, that's what it's all about. They talk about Black Lives Matter. I'm gonna tell you like this, man. The black youth is what matters the most. And that's what we gotta do, because that youth is what's gonna be the ones to liberate us. We gotta hear from them. So as we give it to them, and we give this, they use these tools to build with. This is our future right here. I mean, it's the biggest investment you can make. Science Institute. You gotta invest, and there's African Senate institutes all over the country. You gotta find where they at. You gotta support those people, because there's people out here that actually have institutions and that are actually in the community doing things. It's not about what we're gonna do and how we're gonna do it. You have people doing it, so it's happening. You just gotta get with the brothers, help the brothers, support the future, support yourself. That's what we're doing.
If you'd like to see more, be sure to subscribe to my channel and click the notification bell. And if you want to support my content, feel free to join my Patreon. Good evening. I hope my sound is right. I'm going to say that every time until I actually figure out if I'm actually making the sound right or if it's just a fluke. I don't know really how to do the settings. Anyway, so I want to have a conversation with you guys. Most of you guys will hear this on the playback. You won't hear it live, and that's fine. I thought about doing this video publicly, but I really don't want to deal with certain energy. I want to limit that because I don't want to get sidetracked. I want to have a conversation with you, and so this is just me. This is just me talking to you, not teaching, but talking to you, because we're traveling a path together, and this space is where we can talk and not have the noise of people around us who may not be in a place they're trying to progress anywhere, but they're trying to stay stagnant. And so I called this video Untitled, but the topic is Being Born Hurts. All right. So as a people, right, humanity, but specifically bringing it down to Black people, we are walking in circles. We're walking in circles as individuals, and we're walking in circles in our lives. And the time is going to come, right? And the time has come where we have to stop and we have to go a new path. We have to attempt to do things in a new way. I want to talk about a cycle that we're in. And I think it's a cycle that really contributes to a lot of the infighting that we see within the community. And I want to pose something to you, okay? Now I'm a woman, right? And all of you are not women, but I'm a woman, so I'm going to start this cycle from the woman's perspective, but I'm going to circle back around, right? Because it's a cycle, so it does obviously run into the men and then back into the women. So we are a community where we know that the majority of our women have been extremely damaged. And these women are damaged very early in life. And so all of that damage, it is something that they carry on with them, and then it colors the way they see the world. So I'm going to ask the ladies, right? And then we'll get to the men. But men, this is not a unisex test. This is a test anybody can take. I'm going to speak on a few traits, and I want you, be you a man or a woman, but especially the women, to answer yes or no to each of these questions. All right? So, do you guard your heart? Do you have guards around your heart? Do you have barbed wire fence, a pool filled with alligators, cannonballs, machine guns, right? Snipers at the top of a castle, all to protect your heart? Do you minimize or hide who you are? This is especially to the women, the minimizing, but to the men and the women especially, do you hide who you are? Are there just some parts of you you do not deem lovable? Some parts of you you do not deem acceptable? Things that have happened to you that you don't want to share because you think it will color the way that you are viewed? Or things that you have done that you don't want to share because you think you won't be accepted? So remember, you're answering yes or no to each of these questions, and so am I. Do you have any kind of addiction that covers up pain? Now, this doesn't mean that you're strung out on drugs or that you're an alcoholic, right? This can be sex. This can be shopping. This can be taking advantage of people. It can be anything. Do you have anything compulsive that you do, any sort of addiction that you use to kind of numb yourself? So let's go over the first three. Do you guard your heart? Is the first one. Do you hide who you are, or do you minimize who you are? Do you have an addiction that covers up your pain? Are you prone to perfectionism? Does everything have to be perfect? Not just in you, but in other people, right? So do you look at other people, and even though you know deep down you're not perfect, even though you know that you're hiding stuff, you've done your dirt, there are things about you you never want to tell anybody because you don't think they'll accept you and you don't want to come off as imperfect, do you expect perfection out of other people? Like, are you allowed to fail but they're not? Or do you perpetuate perfection out of yourself? Maybe you're not perfect, but you perpetuate yourself to be you purport yourself to be perfect. The next question is, do you perform for acceptance? Are you a performer? Now we know that this is a very common trait in women, but this is a common trait in men too. This is a common trait in men too. And people who are damaged and people who have low self-esteem do a lot of performances. They're almost their life is a performance, right? Now, some people are better at it than others. I talked to somebody the other day who will go nameless, and he was a performer, and it was almost cringy. It wasn't almost cringy, it was cringy. Most of us, when we perform, it's a very natural performance. Some people learn at a very young age to be chameleons. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing to be a chameleon. And by chameleon, I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to be able to navigate with different spaces and deal with different people. But if your ability to um, change yourself and the way you deal with people in a way that is productive becomes you no longer knowing who you are because you're always being something else for everyone around you, right? Then you're performing for acceptance. It's a very fine line. As with most things are a very fine line, right? The next one is, do you never get close to people? Do you never get close to people? I'm guilty of this. Those of you who have talked to me privately at any length, right, will know that I will actually not get close to anybody I cannot destroy. I actually don't feel close to a person until I have the power to destroy them. Not saying that I will destroy them, just saying the only way that I personally feel 100% comfortable with somebody is if I know enough about them that I could destroy them. Because I have a difficulty getting close to somebody. And that brings us into, right, being suspicious of people, right? You're not getting close to them because you're suspicious of them, right? So do you have trouble getting close to people? You pretty much never truly get close to anybody? Are you suspicious of them, right? Do you always think that they're doing something? Do you always presume that they're lying or assume that they're lying? Because presumption and assumption are different. Are you doing that, right? Are you suspicious of them? Sometimes our suspicions can be our demise. Quick to turn on somebody because we're always suspicious of their motives. We don't trust because we don't get close to people. And that goes into the next one, which is, do you second guess people? Can you never quite get comfortable because you're always second guessing the people around you? You can never settle into your relationship. You can never quite trust that woman. You can never quite trust that man because you're always second guessing. You're always second guessing. You're second guessing people. And do you second guess yourself? And then last but not least, are you always seeking control? This is big for women. And I guess this is where our conversation can start. Like I said, I wanted to start with the women, and the men will see how this is your issue too, right? Because most of the women in the Black community have been abused. And that abuse comes before they are even women. This abuse comes when they are still girls, when they are still young women, when they are still children. Since most of them are abused, and most of the people who abuse them are men, however, mothers are often abusive too. But somehow, when a mother is abusive, right, because you are birthed from that person, it's viewed very differently from when a man abuses you. Also, male abuse is different, right? And I want to really lay this out because I think as men and women, we have to understand each other. So like I said, I'm going to start with the women, but I'm going to cycle into how these women then affect how the men behave around them. So most of the women in the Black community have been abused. Most of them have been abused at the hands of men. A great deal of that abuse is sexual. It ranges from being sexualized to full-on molestation or rape, right? There's a range of abuse, but most Black women have experienced it. This means most Black women who reach adulthood are traumatized people. They're traumatized. They might be physically attractive. They might be educated. They might be a lot of things, but they're traumatized. They're traumatized. And in their trauma, as they go through life, because a traumatized person is a self-destructive person, they're going to meet men. And the men that they meet are going to reflect their trauma, right? This is why you can find a woman who thinks all men are violent because every man she's ever known has been violent. Or a woman who thinks all men are cheaters because every man she's ever known has cheated. Because we operate through our trauma if we don't acknowledge that the trauma is there. Now, here's the thing. A lot of women will acknowledge their trauma, and I'm going to get to the men because we have to see what's causing this separation and gender divide. A lot of women will acknowledge they are traumatized and deal with it through hate. Because you hate the source of your trauma. Now, let's say this woman goes on to have a son. All right? She's never seen a good Black man. She's never not been sexually exploited or hurt or not mistreated. Every man that's ever beaten her was a Black man. Every man that's ever left her was a Black man. Heck, now she's a single mother with a Black man's child, right? And there is a deep-seated hatred that she may identify as hate, she may not identify as hate, that is starting from her youth because most Black women are abused, and most of that abuse comes by the hand of Black men. So from her childhood till the time that she births a Black man, there's pain associated with Black manhood, right? So how do you think she raises the boy? She's been left alone with the boy, as many of our women are. Her first trauma was likely a man in her childhood. And the last trauma before she delivered that baby into the world, that little boy into the world, was a man that then left her alone with all of her trauma and all of her pain to raise now the very object that has destroyed her entire person. Well, then I go into places like the manosphere and I hear a chat room full of men who say that their mothers abused them, were cruel to them, emasculated them. Now, women, is that possible? The men have to accept that the majority of Black women, before they even become women, when they are still children, have negative encounters with Black men. And then it's like a dog pile for a lot of women. They seek love, they find a negative Black man, right? It's like a dog pile. Then the Black woman has to accept that when she births a Black man, maybe her mind and the way that she treats this now innocent baby, right? The baby is innocent. The toddler boy is innocent. The teenage boy is innocent. But he's still male. and you've decided that is something that you hate because that is something that's always hurt you. And it's amazing how we can superimpose our feelings, right, in places they don't belong. This is why a lot of women's relationships with men also fail, because they're traumatized. And because their guard is up. If you took the quiz at the beginning of this, which many of you will do on the playback, because I know nobody's probably listening now, but if you took the quiz that I gave at the beginning of this, right, and if you had a lot of yeses, then it's very possible, right, that you're not operating from the best place in motherhood when you have to raise a boy. And that trauma is superimposed onto him. Now this boy grows up. He's had no male leadership, or maybe the male leadership he did have was not good male leadership, because a traumatized woman does not pick good men. So even if the man is present, he's not a good man. So all he can teach is his own brokenness. So even if the boy has a father, if the father is simply teaching him how to be broken, then it's not of any benefit. But if the child is left alone with a mother who is also broken, he comes out broken too. You see, broken people tend to reproduce with other broken people. That's why you hear broken men talking about how trash their child's mother is. And you hear broken women talking about how trash their child's father is. Because broken people are very good at attracting other broken people. And then they have a child who is innocent. Be that a boy or a girl, they have a child who is innocent. And then they break that child. And then that little boy grows up with disdain for his mother. That's why I say to women, a man that doesn't have a good relationship with his mother is not a man that you want to choose. Because it's very likely he was raised by a broken woman, which means that he can never love you until he fixes that. Some part of him is going to hate women, and it will affect how he treats you. It also affects the people he interacts with. And those are the men then, right? With broken fathers who have taught their broken ways, or broken mothers who have broken them. And then those men perpetuate again against the girls. Those are the men that the women meet that are such terrible people, right? And then it cycles back again. It's a vicious circle. And that brings me back to what I said at the beginning of this live. We are walking in circles. Now, I don't want to get into the discussion of who started it, because realistically speaking, honestly, discussions about who was first, right? Those are useless discussions that nobody can prove, because who knows when it began? For sure, we weren't there. But broken people fixate on the origins of things they can never know, because the goal is never actually to progress forward, right? The goal is to remain broken. The goal is to be stuck in that vicious cycle. So what are we looking at now? We're looking at an environment in our community where everybody is stuck in this vicious cycle, right? Broken men who either didn't have a father, or who had a father who was also broken, or who had a mother that had been hurt by so many men from childhood that she could never properly raise a son. And then she paired with a man who is not a good man because she is broken and she cannot pick correctly. And then they together destroy that innocent child. And then that child grows up. And then that child does the same thing that they do. And then we get into a cycle of systematic abuse against each other. It's a cycle of systematic abuse, right? And systematic abuse is designed to break the other party down. So here's the deal, right? Be it a man or a woman, the the constant attacking, the constant attacking, and then the ability now with technology to get into groups and constantly attack is meant to break the other side down. It's meant to break them down. But in all of this perpetuation of abuse, right? Some people are listening, right? If you've dealt with your pain, then you're able to listen past the attack to what is really being said. Let's talk about what's really being said in these conversations, because the women are saying something and the men are saying something. But nobody can hear them because there's so much pain covering the real message, and so much anger covering the real message, and so much hatred covering the real message, that all you really hear is the hate and the anger, but you don't hear the message. And the message is that sometimes broken people don't know how to tell you what they want in healthy ways because they are so hurt. Everything is filtered through their hurt. You know, I was having a conversation with one of my patrons, and it was that conversation and also some conversations I had tonight with several women that made me want to make this live, because I was on the fence about what lives I would do. And I said, when a child is sleepy, specifically when my youngest child is sleepy, he starts to act crazy. I mean, he becomes a real troublemaker. Sometimes he starts yelling. Sometimes he starts doing weird stuff like, laying on the floor and, walking his feet around. He just gets weird. But if you ask him, are you tired? He won't say he's tired. He'll say, no, I'm not tired. I'm not tired. In fact, he'll get angry at you if you tell him that he's tired, even though clearly he's exhausted. And if you force him to go to bed, he'll actually fall right asleep because he's really very tired. Broken people are much like children in that way. And a lot of their brokenness started in childhood, so that kind of makes sense, right? It makes sense that somebody that's broken early, that's abused early on, be they man or woman, that their behavior is very childish. What do children do when they're frustrated? What do? They scream, they holler, they say mean things, they become violent because they don't know how to process emotion. They don't know how to emote in healthy ways. And a lot of people, I dare say most people, are never taught how to emote in healthy ways. In fact, most people have had their feelings crushed down so much and not acknowledged that when they finally get to be adults and they get to be heard, all that pain just comes bursting out. And don't let them get around other people who can co-sign that pain. Then it's just an outpouring, a fire of hurt with 100 people, 200 people, 1,000 people, 2,000 people in the room, all vomiting up their pain. And the stench of it is thick. But if you can get past the smell, you'll hear what they're saying. So let's talk about what they're saying, right? We're going to get past, as men and women, we're going to get past the tantrum because they're tired, right? We're going to get past the tantrum of their pain, and we're going to listen to the message. And this is an art of maturity of mind, right? This is an art that we practice when we love a person. See, people who haven't dealt with their brokenness cannot love. And because they're incapable of love, when somebody who is in pain acts out from their childlike abused self, right? When they act out of that child place, that original seed of abuse place, a person who is not a loving person will be angry at them for their behavior, but not listening. Just like a mother who is angry that their baby is throwing a tantrum, but it's 10 o'clock at night and he's just tired. But you're angry at the behavior instead of having compassion for the fact that he is too immature to know how to deal with what he feels, which is exhaustion. And many of these adults are exhausted. And that's what they're saying. I'm tired. I'm hurt and I'm tired. So then let's talk about specifically what each person needs. Let's start with the women, okay? And we're going to start with the women because something men need to learn is that the person who gets the least, and it's not fair, is the person who has to bear the most. I want to say that again for the men. The person who gets the least is the person who has to bear the most. If you have almost no food in your home, okay? If you have almost no food in your home and you have children that need to eat, how many people would go without eating if there was only enough to feed the children? As an adult, would you shovel food in your face and let them starve? Or do you go without eating and feed them? You starve yourself and you feed them because they're weaker, because they're stronger, because they're dependent on you. And so men, I am not jealous of the position the men are in, are the stronger of the two. I don't care what any woman says in her pain. They are stronger than we are. The things that we often shoot at them when we're angry or when we're hurt, if a man reversed that and did that to us, we would be broken. Because they are stronger than we are. And in some way we know this because when we seek to hurt them, we take it so far because we know we have to take it so far because they're almost impenetrable. That's why they have a reputation for being like stone. But since men, you are stronger than the women, then we're going to talk about the women's needs first. And you also need to accept that it's not fair, but you're at the top of the food chain. So everybody gets fed before you. It's not fair, but it is what it is. And women, the children get fed before us. So your pain doesn't come before them. Your needs don't come before them. If it's any consolation to the men, the women must operate the same with the children. But the hierarchy is all thrown off. So what are the women asking? The women are asking to be led. They're asking to be led. They're asking to belong to men. They're asking to be able to be weak and not be afraid of that weakness. That's really all they're asking for. When you hear the women in the spaces and they're going crazy and they're, men, what are they saying? They're saying they're leaving us. They're saying they're not helping us raise our kids. They're saying we don't feel safe with them. They hurt us. They're saying we don't feel safe because they're not there to protect us. It sounds in the emotion and the words like hatred, but under that current of hatred that you perceive, if you are a loving person and a healed person, what you hear is that they're actually begging for you. They're begging for you to come and care for them, to care for them and to love them. They're begging for you to love them and give them children and nurture them and their children. They're angry because you're not. They're begging for you to protect them from other men who might hurt them. They're angry because nobody protected them. They're asking you to see that they're hurt and broken and not to take advantage of them because they have been taken advantage of. Because they're broken and they are weak. But all the men are hearing is their anger, when really they're just tired and they need to rest. They're overwhelmed. Any man that's ever been with a woman, you know, when a woman is overwhelmed, she becomes upset. She might start crying. She might start yelling. She might start throwing things. Sometimes she might get really quiet. Some women get really quiet. But the moment you approach them, they just kind of explode. And so what you're seeing are women being women, which is that women, whether they realize it or not, whether they admit it or not, the truth is we are very fragile creatures. We're not built to withstand so much trauma. We're not built for it. We're made to nurture. We weren't equipped to fight. We weren't equipped to withstand too much damage. We were only built to be soft and loving. And you know that when a woman stops being soft and loving, there's a lot of pain there. There's a lot of trauma there because it's against her nature. Anybody who's ever been around a little girl, little tiny girl, knows that they're very sweet things, aren't they? The sweetest. They're just made that way. But the trauma hardens them, and then they begin to act out of their nature. So a man that is whole and loving will see, just like a mother who is whole and loving will see that her child is sleepy. She'll see that the tantrum isn't that the child is bad. The tantrum isn't that the child is rebellious. The tantrum is because it's 11 o'clock at night and the child is sleepy. The child needs to rest. It's 11 o'clock at night for the women, and they are tired and they need to rest. And you have to see past the behavior and into the problem. Now, women, let's talk about the men. Men are, and I've said this before, they feel things much deeper than women do. And they don't have the ability to be weak. Now, when we talk about Black men in particular, everything that defines a man, and this may be an uncomfortable thing for Black men to admit, and they will try not to admit it. Everything that defines a man, they do not have. I mean, they have penises. You know, they're bigger than us. They're stronger than us. But the things that define manhood are more than physicality. They don't have the ability to truly protect us. And they do not have the confidence to do what they need to do so that they have the ability to truly protect us. This is a messy situation because we want them to fight because we recognize that if they are strong, then we are safe. But we're scared of them having power because we see so many operate in weakness. A double-minded man, a man with two minds, two thought processes going on at once. He is unstable in everything. And that makes them dangerous. And many men have not had good experiences with women either, mostly because they don't have good experiences with their mothers. You see, men, when you break the nurturer, she does no longer nurture. And so then, when you break the only thing that you have as your crutch, which is the women, see, you get no space to be weak. The only place that you are safe to be weak, honestly, is in the arms of a woman. It is the woman who soothes your wounds at the end of the day. It is the woman who builds you back up when you've lost confidence. But if you have broken the source that you go to be vulnerable, and you're no longer safe to be vulnerable with her because she hates you, then she cannot raise a man who's ever known safety. Some men, women, some men, because so many of us are broken, have never known what it is like to be safe with a woman. They've never known it. They have never known what it is like to have fully experienced nurturing from a woman. The closest thing they get to it is between our legs. And then after they've been between our legs, they crawl back into their shells. They crawl back behind those bridges and moats and barricades because that's the only time they're willing to even express anything deep in them. A lot of men function that way because from childhood up, there's never been a woman that's taught them to feel comforted and secure and safe and nourished by a woman any way but sexually. There are men out there that literally think all women are good for is sex because they've never actually experienced anything positive that made them feel safe and made them feel that they could be weak with a woman other than when they're between her legs. Their mothers were not safe people for them to be with. Their mothers were broken and worn down and alone and stressed out and screaming. Their mothers were the first person to tell them that they were nothing or stupid. They never, even as little boys, had the opportunity to know what unconditional love from a woman is like. Because she could never love in the fullness of her womanhood a man because she never knew what it was like
to be protected and safe with a man, to be led by a man. Now, this is most people. This is not everybody, but this is almost everybody. So what do you do? Like I said, it doesn't matter who started it because we're in a circle now. We're in a perpetuation of dysfunction. So it doesn't matter where it began, but some of us have to put down our swords. We just have to put them down. Now, I want to encourage the women to do this, but men, I'm going to tell you something now. Many women are not going to do this. Many women are not. They're just too vulnerable. They're too vulnerable, and no matter how strong they claim they are, at their core, they know that they're vulnerable, and that's why they won't put down their swords, because they don't trust. And the minute they lay down their weapons, the minute they put down their barriers, they can be hurt physically, emotionally, all these ways. So as much as I would like for women in mass to just go, we will trust you, I don't see that happening. And again, it's not fair, but the burden really falls to the men. You are the strongest of the two of us. Protect. You know, I wanted to do a live and I wanted to call it Protection Requires Correction. However, and what I mean is to protect somebody, you need to be able to correct them. Women, for men to protect us, they need to be able to correct us. They need to be able to instruct us. They need us to be obedient. If I have a child and I am willing to sit outside and watch them play, and I say, look, you can play all in the front yard, but do not go out into the street. It doesn't matter that I'm sitting outside. It doesn't matter if I put up gates. It doesn't matter if I throw up locks. If that child is determined to climb over the fence and run out into the street, then their disobedience and their refusal to be instructed, it makes my protection void. One of my students that I'm teaching, she snuck a boy in her window. Now she has a mother and a father at home. But if she does not want to be protected by obedience and she sneaks a boy into the room, then how much recourse does her father have? So this is why I say, however. This is why I say, however. Men have to be protective first. The first thing that has to happen is men have to show that they will not hurt women, they will not take advantage of broken women, sexually or otherwise, and they will protect us. Then women are going to have to be willing to listen. Now, what if they don't listen? The man has to be able to do something to enforce his leadership. And I'm going to keep it real. No leadership is maintained without force. There's a reason that there's a penal system. There's a reason there are jails and police officers and courts. It's because people just don't follow the rules because they're good people. People follow the rules because there are consequences. But men, I ask you, what kind of consequences can you really impose? What kind of consequences can you really impose for those women who are too broken to be obedient if you're protecting them? without them being able to go to a higher authority to seek your demise. Your women can go to a higher authority than you. And this is why I said Black men do not have the ability to operate fully as men. And on some level, they know that because I've heard many Black men say that. Well, she could just call the cops. Okay. So what does that mean? It means that you need an environment where nobody can usurp your authority. That way you can engage in full protection. You can engage in full correction of those men who step out of line. And you can engage in full correction of those women who are too broken to accept your protection and your leadership. But in order to do that, in order to create that environment, you have to remove every obstacle that would prevent you from operating in the fullness of your manhood. And that leads us to revolution, obviously, because everything leads to revolution. And on some level, the women know that it leads to revolution. That's why so many of them are asking you guys to fight. They're literally begging for you to fight, which is the same as begging for you to have the ability to control, lead, protect, and correct them without a limit. And honestly, even if the women don't realize it, there is no greater love than you can have for a man than to want him to position himself to be able to have ultimate authority over you. Because honestly, if these women really hated you so much, men, they would not be begging you to position yourself as an ultimate authority because it would give you ultimate authority over them. And this is what you see. This is what you hear when you remove your trauma and you listen out of a place of love. You see, we're so busy fighting. We're so busy fighting. All we want to do is return the abuse. We want to return the abuse, but the problem with returning abuse is that people who are broken, the people they abuse are those weaker than them. Right? So the men abuse the women abuse the children, and the adults fight. Now I know every woman's so perfect. She treats her children wonderful. I know women, we're perfect. That's why we're creating and raising all these perfect children. But at some point we have to be honest with ourselves, both men and women. If we can't be honest with anybody else, can we be honest with ourselves? A lot of these conversations we have are stupid because deep down we know that neither one of us has a moral high ground. Deep down we know it. But people who operate out of trauma, their goal is never to actually fix anything. They are self-destructive. The things they say are self-destructive. Literally. When you hear these men, when you hear these women, and when they talk, first you hear their message, but the second thing you hear after you hear the message clearly is that they want to self-destruct. They don't say, I want to self-destruct. They don't say that, right? They don't say that. They say pump and dump, right? They say go out and have sex with as many women as possible so that you can get a disease. Go out and have sex with as many women as possible so that you can end up with children that you didn't want. Go out and have sex with as many women as possible to get your fix of comfort temporarily because you're going to go insane without some human contact. They don't say, I want to self-destruct, but what they say is, I'm never going to have a black male child. I'm never going to have a baby. Right? They say, I'm not going to propagate myself. That's literally what they're saying. Genetic annihilation. That's what they're saying, right? They're saying, I want to self-destruct. I want to self-destruct. There's the message. They tell you what they need. And then they tell you if they don't get it, they're going to self-destruct. And people who are broken hear cries like that for help, and their reaction is to get angry because they're broken. I'm not angry, if you guys haven't noticed. I'm not angry at men. I'm not angry at the women. I listen to both sides, and it breaks my heart to see so many broken people that are hurting. I wish I could personally, as an individual, help heal every last one of them, but I can't. We have to collectively, those of us with cooler heads, we have to collectively demonstrate our compassion and our willingness to listen. We have to demonstrate what it is like to function as a whole person. We have to demonstrate these things. We have to choose to break the cycle with us, knowing that other people may not come around to that. We have to. Not because it's going to be reciprocated, but because for sure, if none of us choose to do better as an individual, and not because the other person is choosing to do better, but because we want to get off of this Ferris wheel of insanity and dysfunction, then I can guarantee you if nobody hops off of this insanity circle, that it will perpetuate itself forever. That I can guarantee you. So then the question is, are you as an individual ready to get off? And are you willing to do that even if everybody around you is still sick? When sick people hear you speak and you are well, they will notice that something different is in your voice. And they crave sanity, they crave healing, they crave peace, and they will be drawn to you. So it's for us to exhibit that. It's for us to not pick a side, but to be compassionate to everyone involved because they all deserve compassion. The men do too, and the women do too. They all have pain. They're all running the same wheel of brokenness together, and it's making them all suffer. I don't know. Decide what you guys want to do. It's just some food for thought. It's just some things that were on my mind. Like I said, I spoke to a woman tonight, and she said that she used to have to fight her father off of her. She used to have to fight her father off of her. I know men whose mothers used to physically abuse them when they were children until they got too big for her to hurt him. These are the people who congregate in broken spaces because they have been hurt. And we really have to look past their rhetoric and listen to what they are saying and acknowledge that damage has been done there and move toward repairing that damage. The worst thing you can do to somebody is tell them that their pain does not matter. And the second worst thing you could do to somebody is encourage them to operate from that pain. Because, there are people out there that every decision they make in life is based on a negative experience that they have had. There are people out there where every decision they make in life, who they trust, who they don't trust, what their worldview is, who they think is bad, who they think is good, what they want to do with their lives, everything is based on pain. Some people do that, you know? And when people don't love them, they tell them that that's the right thing to do. They say, yeah, remember that pain? That's why we're going to do this. That pain is why we're going to do this. I'm going to tell you something. No good has ever come to anybody who makes decisions out of pain or fear. Fear and pain. Fear and pain should never dictate the road you take in life. It can only take you down a path to destruction. These are the things that have been on my mind. Oh, hi, Here for Truth. Honestly, I didn't think anybody was here. I figured there'd be some people that would catch this on the playback, but not live. He said, I understand this is community only, but everyone should hear this truth. I thought about having this video. I said this at the beginning of when I first started talking, probably before anybody got here. I don't know when you guys got here, but I'm about to get off. I brought that up. That's how I felt when I first wanted to talk about it. I was like, oh, maybe I'll just go live on my channel late at night. But I'm going to tell you something. What I really didn't want to deal with, I didn't want to deal with, there's some people who they just will never be fixed. And I really didn't want to deal with any of those people tonight. There are some people, not because they can't be fixed, they're just so far gone, they've really committed themselves to destruction. And I just didn't want to deal with that tonight. That's why I didn't do it publicly. I didn't want, so many times, sometimes I start talking when I'm on my main channel and I get sidetracked by what other people are doing in the chat and stuff like that, and I lose my train of thought. It derails the conversation, and I didn't want to deal with that tonight. But I did want to talk to you guys. And I mean, I'm just one person, but you guys can talk to many people, right? If we collectively share this general mindset of functionality with people, then like good things have a way of spreading too, not just bad things. But anyway, with that said, you guys, I'm going to get out of here. And I guess the last thing I'm going to say is we should practice not operating out of fear and pain. We need to be wary of doubt. I doubt if I change, anything else will change. I doubt if I do this, anything will get better. And we need to not act in unbelief. We have to not be fearful. We have to not be doubtful. We have to believe. Sometimes when you're very, very broken, you literally just think the world is a terrible place. And you don't think that if you do better, that anyone else will do better too. So why try? Because you're self-destructive. So just when we see those things, I mean, I have to do it too. I was literally saying this to myself today. And it's a constant thing that we have to remind ourselves. I mean, we're all walking this path together. Like I said, I'm not saying these things at you guys. I'm saying these things because these are the things that I process myself too. And I'm walking this road with you. We're together on the same journey. And I want to lose as few people along the way as we can, personally. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later.